Yes, I see you all.
Hello,
Hello, my
doctor.
dear. Please tell me some. Hello.
I
Please, I
see
can hear
you.
you. Oh, thank you. Thank you. My day is completed. Oh, where did I sleep yesterday? My day is completed. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay. Eben is a babe. Do I see you? Okay. I think we'll wait for a couple of minutes, maybe so that some of your friends, I'm sure some of your friends are trying to wrap things up and then they will join us pretty soon. Okay. This particular course is not all that plenty. Okay, so we'll wait for a couple of minutes and then we'll kickstart. Okay, please, yes, where are my people? Where are my people? Where are my ladies? Now, Alex, please, you are waiting for maybe just 4 minutes time, we'll kickstart, okay? I think we are assuming that today is the first online meeting, so colleagues are still finding their footings. But next week onwards, once I jump on board, we are starting. So we are waiting on top of about 4:50, we'll kickstart, okay?
Thank
All
you
right, the
very much.
assumption is that some people are finding their footings, okay? So we'll kickstart
Okay,
next.
Thank
so
you very
th-
much.
thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Yeah,
Thank you.
most welcome. Sandra, I see you. Sandra, welcome. I see you. Okay, Sandy, I see you. All right, let's see who else again who has joined us. Lord, I see you as well. Okay,
Thank
I
you,
see
sir.
you. Lord, yeah, I see you. I see you. Okay, let's see. Hey, ma'am, sophomore, sophomore. I don't know how to pronounce your name, but I see you. The most important thing is that I see you.
I see
Okay,
you.
yeah, welcome. Right, thank you. Good. What's the pronunciation of your name? What's the pronunciation of the? Is it sophomore, right? Is it sophomore? If you are there, please pronounce it for me, okay, so that I can pronounce the name very well. The power chill. So 3 minutes time, we are kicking starts, okay? Because the class is almost 70 and then we have just 31. So we have even less than that. Because so in 3 minutes time, we are kicking starts. We are just giving people benefit of the doubt. 3 minutes time, we are kicking starts. All right, I think we need to start now. I don't know why your colleagues are not joining, but we need to start now. We can't wait forever. So we are going to kickstart, okay? All right, so the first $1 billion question on board here is, what is soil? Okay, when you talk of soil, what is it? Yes, what is it? So let's see. Let me go to my people here. When you talk of soil, what is it? Yes. When you talk of soil, what is soil?
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
so this is something.
Yes, please.
Okay, so when we talk
Mm-hmm.
of soil, soil is the topmost layer of the earth crust, formed as a result of the
Okay.
breaking down of rocks and can support plant growth.
Okay, that's beautiful. Okay, good. That's a very beautiful definition. Okay, so let me now see what so soil is the word. Soil is the topmost part of the word of the earth crust. Okay, that is what of the earth crust. That is where that is formed from the word. That is formed from the breaking down of what breaking down of rocks and can support what? And then you added what can support what? Campori, what did you say? Can support
Plant growth.
plant growth. Okay, you are quite specific to plant. Plant can support what? And can support plant growth. Okay, not bad though. You've been very specific with it. Like you said can, so that's okay. All right, anything more, anything more from the audience? Anything more? That's a very good definition. Anything more from the audience? Yes. Anything more? Anything more? Yes. Mm-hmm. Okay, yes. Danko, I see your definition as well. My ladies, where are you? Anything more? My ladies, where are you? Yes. Anything more from my ladies? Mm-hmm. Anything more? Anything more? Yes. Yes. Anything more from my ladies? Yes.
Soil,
Uh-huh.
soil, soil is the top layer of the earth crust that is formed from the parent material.
That's That's what from what? Bacteria. Please come again.
That is that is formed from a parent material.
Good. That is from what? Parent mat. You say what? Which material? Parent
Yes, parent
material.
material.
Parent material. That is from what? That is formed formed from parent material. Okay, good. When you say what is the parent material? What is it? When you say parent material, what does it mean? Uh-huh. Yeah, what is the parent material referring to?
Parent
Yes.
material can be organic matter, it can be a rock, it can
Okay,
be
good.
from decomposition of
Rocks.
minerals.
Okay, rocks and what? And organic matter as well. Okay, organic matter. Okay, good. All right. So it forms. Okay. So it forms. So it forms from parent materials such as rocks and what organic matter. Okay, not bad. That's a good one. Good. What else again? Anything more? Okay. All right. Yes, Afriye says that soil is the top part of the Earth's surface that supports plant growth and development. Okay, that's good. That's good. That's good. What else again? What else again? Yes. Anything more? Anything more? Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes. Anything more? Anything more? Yes. Anything more? Anything more? Okay. I think there is one thing that I was just thinking is that you see that here, apart from that, you see, soil is also home to a lot of organisms. Okay, so there are a lot of soil organisms, plenty of them. Okay, in fact, insects alone there can get up to, well, look at that, 1 hectare of land can house close to 250 million insects, 1 million earthworms. That's just 1 hectare of land. Okay, so it's not just supporting plants, but can also support animal lives as well. Okay, some insects, there we have a lot of insects that actually live in the soil. Okay, so and then some organisms, so they depend on the soil for their food, either direct or indirect. Even those of us here, we human beings, we depend on the soil for indirect source of what? Our food, because we depend on the plants. Plants will tap the nutrient from the soil, okay, the nutrients and the water from the soil and stuff like that. And you can get some animals that actually they burrow into the soil for protection and for shelter. Okay, good. And then one thing about soil is that we all know that when soil is forming, we need parent material. The parent material could be rocks and what? Organic matter. Okay, and then we can see that soil takes what? Soil takes what? If it's going to form from the rocks and then this organic matter, it takes about what? About 100 to thousands of years. Okay, right? Like it takes several years. Okay, so that if you see my point that I've made here, I say soil takes about thousands, okay, of years to develop. All right, thousands of years. Okay, and just a millimeter of soil takes thousands to 100 to thousands of years to form. Just 10 millimeter of soil. Okay, so soil actually takes what? It takes soil takes okay, thousands of years to form. Okay, so soil is very, very important. It takes what? Several years, okay, to form. Okay, so we know it's the topmost part of the earth crust. Okay, that's formed from the breakdown of what? From breaking down, let me bring my down here, of rocks, okay, and what? And organic matter, maybe, and organic matter, okay, all right, if I actually combine the two, and then can support what? Can support plant growth and development. Beautiful. And we are saying that soil takes several years to form. Okay, several years to form. Okay, excellent. Now, the next thing I want to talk about is what is the function of soil? Okay, what is the function of soil? But before we go to the one I have on the screen here, let's see. Functions of soil. What do you have? Functions of what? Of soil.
Okay, Doc.
Functions. Yes, please.
Soil serves as a habitat for many animals.
Okay, good. Can you give examples? So one serves as what? So serves as what? As what? As a habitat. As a habitat for many organisms. Okay. Habitat for many organisms. What else again? Yeah. What else again? Can you give me examples of those organisms?
Sir,
Can you give me examples? Yes, please.
it provides water for plant growth.
Yes. Okay, no, but I want to get example for this one. Please don't, before we go to another point. Yes.
Earthworm.
Yes.
Earthworm.
Yes. Earthworm. Apart from earthworm, what else again?
Millipede.
Can serve as a habitat. Which one?
Millipede.
What else?
Termite.
Which one? Millipede. Okay, good.
Termite.
Okay, good.
Termite.
I think I'll prefer termite. Quite obvious one. Termite. Good. So
And some-
earthworms, termite. Good.
And
Good.
some ants.
Okay, good. Good. Some ants.
Snakes.
And some ants, right? Good. Okay, some snakes. Well done. Okay, now let's see the second point. Second point, please.
It serves as anchorage for plants.
Yes, please.
Please, I would like to ask a question.
Please go ahead and ask the question.
All right, so the as we are saying habitat for some organisms, can we say There's also a habitat for
Yes.
dead animals.
Please come again. I can't hear you.
I said, since we are saying that the soil serves as a habitat for organisms, and since
Yes.
when animals and we human beings, when we are dead, we are being buried in the soil. So can we say that it's also a habitat for dead animals?
No, not just animals.
And
Okay, we
since
said
when
organisms, many organisms. Organism refers to plants and animals. And then I asked for examples, and they've given me examples. Definitely some plants are there. Some plants will be there. So I asked of examples, and your colleagues gave me examples. It's not
my
only,
my
okay,
question is, so can we include dead animals to the habitat?
somewhere. Please come again.
I said,
He's asking whether
Can it include where?
he can include dead animals as habitats.
Can you include what animals?
He's asking whether we can include soil as habitat for dead animals.
For which animal? Which animal? If you can
Organic
type, I
Like
can't
matter.
hear you well.
Dead animals. Dead animals.
No, if animal is dead, is dead. Is dead.
Yeah.
When you are dead, you
Is
can't talk
that?
of a habitat for
It
you.
forms part of
okay,
organic matter.
Sir, can we say it's soil serves as a recycling plant for dead organisms?
Yeah, so yes, that one can be another function.
okay,
But for habitat, I can write here decomposers like bacteria.
all right.
Some bacteria live in the soil. Bacteria. I can write some decomposers, some fungi. You see some fungi, they live in the soil, okay, and stuff like that. Okay, great. Yes, but you talking about the recycling of waste, that should be another function. Okay, that's another function. Okay, so they help to recycle natural waste. Okay, all right, and add it to the soil. Okay, so yeah, so recycle. Good. Well, that's a nice point. Okay, so recycling. Okay, recycling of what? Of waste. Okay, that's good point. Well done. Well done. That's good point. I have it. And I said that's a good point. Yes. Any other points there? Any other points here? So you can see
It serves as
dead animals and plants like that when they die. Okay, they work. The soil organisms and stuff like that help to work, help to break them down, and then they become part of the soil. Okay, so that's recycling of waste, and that's a very good point. Well done. Next one.
So it
it
supports
serves as
plant.
anchorage for plants.
It serves as well.
Anchorage for plants.
Anchorage for plants. Okay, so more or less some sort of support medium. Okay, so some sort of support medium. Okay, is that not it? Some support support medium. Okay, support medium for plants. Okay, support medium for plants. Okay, that's a very good point. Okay, so that's when they are going to get their micronutrients. Okay, micronutrients. Okay, and then what? And macronutrients. Macronutrients. Okay, nutrients. Okay, so that's what they're going to get away. The micronutrients and then the macronutrients. So for the micronutrients, you are talking about what? You're talking about those nutrients that you don't need them in large quantities. Plant don't actually need them. So example is like a copper. Okay, copper. All right, copper, cobalt. Okay, those ones.
Manganese.
Okay, cobalt. Okay, manganese. Good. Manganese. That's let me use that one. Okay. Cobalt, okay, and then the macronutrients are the one they need in quite a lot. Okay, so macronutrient we can talk of the nitrogen, phosphorus. Okay, phosphorus,
Potassium.
potassium. Okay, all right, great. So these ones, okay, these ones they are the ones. These are the micronutrients because the plant actually. The plants need them in large quantities, okay? And so all these things will be coming from the soil, all right? So the soil acts as a word, as a supporting medium for plant growth, for plant growth and word, plant growth and development, okay? For plant growth and development, all right? Great. Any other points, please? Any other points, please? Any other points, please? Yes, any other points?
Okay,
It
please.
regulates water supply.
As well.
Regulate water supply.
Regulate, please, can you throw more light on that? Regulate water, what does it mean to regulate water supply? What does it mean?
Okay, so soil plays a vital role in recycling fresh water.
Okay, all right. So which means that water regulation, good. Water regulation, okay. Water regulation. That's very very good point. Well done. Okay, so they actually play key role in what in recycling what that's fresh water in particular. Okay, so we need fresh water, and water actually stores quite a lot of them. Okay, so when it rains, it percolates into the soil, and so it makes those water, those type of water that tend to percolate into the soil become available to freshwater bodies. Okay, so yes, excellent. That's a very nice point. Yes, anything more? Anything more? Maybe one more.
He said, can we say it purifies underground water?
Yes, it's so it filters. Okay, so purifying underground water, it will still be part of. You see, that's how I wrote water regulation. So which means that it goes. See, sometimes for instance, if you want to have what, if you look at even our some of the water filters, okay, old school water filters that we used to have. You see, the water will pass through certain layers of sand, okay, some soil layers. So it helps, yes. So it's part of it. As the water percolate through various layers of soil and rock, it helps to filter it. Okay, that's why I put here water regulation.
Okay.
Okay, water regulation. So it's not just making the storing the water, it filters the water as well. Okay, it's not just storing, but it filters the water as well. Okay, so that's what I made water regulation. Okay, anything more? Anything more?
Hello,
Anything
sir.
more?
Hello, sir.
Can we
Yes,
say
yes, please. Mm-hmm.
It's used for construction.
Okay, soil can be used for construction. Okay, so that's how the non-biological use of soil. Okay, so that is a non-biological use of soil. Okay,
Hello,
so
sir.
yes, please.
Can we also say that it serves as a storage for mineral resources?
Yes. So, for instance, this medium of growth. Okay, if it's serving as the medium of growth, then we are saying that out of this medium of growth and development, that is where the minerals are located. Okay, so the micronutrients and the macronutrients, that's where they are located. Okay, so yeah, so the point you phrase is it's a very important point. Okay, so medium for growth, all right, then that is where the minerals are located. Yes, please.
Sir, the minerals I'm talking about is the gold, bauxite, diamond.
Oh, okay, so yes, the plants still needs them. The plants also needs some of them in the micro quantities. They are still in the soil though. Okay, just that those ones are deposits. Okay, they are places that they are more. And then but the plants, bauxite and cobalt and copper and iron and coal, they are things that plants still need them. Okay, magnesium. Okay, all these things they are all needed by plants. Okay, magnesium. Okay, Mg. It's a Mg. All of them they are needed by the plants. Okay, yes. So they are all there. Okay, they are all there. Good. What else again? What else? So yeah, so somebody said as a for building, yes. So maybe for construction. Okay, construction. Okay, so construction of what of road. Okay, those structure roads. Okay, what else again? Okay, I mean doing the foundation, we need some sort of soil there as well, and maybe for agriculture purpose. Okay, you know, agriculture purpose too. Something you can just go and get it for what? For forestry. Okay, use for forestry and then agricultural purposes as well. You can go and fetch soil and bring into your house and cultivate some tomatoes and stuff like that. Okay, and stuff like that. Good. Okay, so good. So let's see the points that I have here. So these are some of the points that I have here. Okay, these are some of the points I have here. So you can see that. So one medium of what? Plant growth and development. As part of this one, we have what? We have the micronutrients, okay? We have the micronutrients and then the what? The macronutrients, okay? All right, macronutrients, okay? Nutrients, Okay, and look at the examples. The macronutrients, that's nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium. Okay, magnesium. Okay, these are all macronutrients that the plant actually needs them in what? In large quantity. For instance, if you take magnesium like that, magnesium is part of the what? Of the chloroplast. Okay, chloroplast, magnesium in particular. Okay, all right, is there. Okay, it's part of the chloroplast. Okay, they actually need it. That's much. Okay, so like that. So during the formation of chloroplast, you need some sort of magnesium there. All right, okay, phosphorus, we need it, potassium, all these ones are all macro nutrients. Okay, all right, and the micronutrients, the plant doesn't really need it in large quantities, something like manganese, the iron, the zinc, the copper. Okay, the plant actually needs them in what? In minute quantities. Okay, all right, great. And then and as we said earlier on, it's the soil will serve as what? As a source of water and nutrient for this plant growth throughout the whole season, and that is where the plant anchor itself. Okay, we listed that point as well. And then we talk about the water regulation. Yes, as I said earlier on, as water percolates through the soil particle, it's being filtered. Okay, it's being filtered. So the water filtration and then and it stores it and makes it available to streams and rivers. Okay, all right, good. So it stores it and makes it available to streams and rivers. Okay, to facilitate or to enhance plant growth and development. Okay, all right, good. Okay, and then my third point here, we also made mention of habitat for organisms. Okay, there are a lot of organisms that are living in the soil, from bacteria to insects to some rodents. They are all living in the soil. Some burrow into the soil, some crabs, we see them in the soil, some plants are there. Okay, so all these ones are what? Okay, so they are there, and then the earthworm are there. So some bacteria, for instance, the bacteria and stuff like that, they are decomposers. So they will break the organic. Okay, so like, okay, the bacteria. Okay, bacteria. Okay, bacteria are what? Are decomposers, and they help to break down dead organic matter, and then so that they'll recycle their nutrients. Okay, and then the nutrients will be made available for plants to grow. Okay, then we made mention of what? Waste cycling. I think one of our friends said it beautifully. So dead plants and animals, if there are no soil, where would these things go? Okay, for instance, when we have dead animals at home, what do we bury them? We bury them in the soil. We don't even feel anything anymore. We just dig the soil, put that organism there, eventually to mix up with the soil. Okay, and then the nutrients will be cycled like that beautifully. Okay, so yeah, so the animals, the soil help to what? To recycle dead plants and animals. Okay, and stuff like that. Okay, great. All right. So we have the bacteria that will help to break the organic matter, and then when they break it down, they become the integral part of the soil. Okay, and then we also talk about the structural supports. Okay, like road construction, bridges, and stuff like that. Okay, and then for instance, if you want to have garden at home, definitely you go for soil. You go for soil sample to have garden at home. Okay, beautifully. All right, agricultural crops as well. Okay, so some of us have farms. Okay, those of you in BA and Ashanti region and the Sofi areas, you see you have farms. Okay, and all these ones are actually giving us this sort of structural support. Okay, so sometimes, so for ornamental purpose, people go for soil sample, and then sometimes soil sample too when you're constructing buildings. Okay, you need the foundation, you need to compact the soil. Okay, after they lay the foundation, they will put some soil in there, compact it, and then eventually they'll build the top. They'll put the top one on it. Okay, great. Now we talked about soil formation. Now let's see. By the way, is there any question for me before I proceed? Any question for me? Any question for me? Okay. All right. Okay. Any question for me, please? Any question for
Hello,
me?
sir.
Yes, please. Go ahead. Yes. Please go ahead with your question, please. Please go ahead with your question, please.
Hello, sir.
Yes, please. I can hear you. Please go ahead with your question.
So I want to ask a question, but I said the question is, sir, how do we get crude oil from the soil?
Well, crude oil is that's a very nice question, but the crude oil is actually formed from where? You see, crude oil comes from this organic plant, okay, that have been compressed, okay, this plant, this carbon, we call it this carbonaceous materials, okay, all right, that have been what? Compressed, like they are formed accumulated in the rocks, okay, for long geological period, maybe millions of years ago, okay, so these compressed, okay, this compressed what, like coal, the way coal is formed, okay, so these they compress them during rock formation. Let me take the one blank page and draw it for you. Okay, all right, let's take this one here. So let's take it this way. Let me draw this one. Okay, so let's say I have this valley here. Okay, so long geological years, okay, plants will be accumulating here. The dead plant they accumulate here like that, plenty of them here. So water will carry them into this valley. So as this carbonaceous material are compiling here over long geological period, okay, you know, eventually rock will form on top of this, because layer by layer, it may be sedimentary rock or metamorphic rock, okay. So with this compressed carbonaceous material that actually give rise to those fuel, those coal and petroleum. So you see that if you remember, one of the things we call the petroleum, and we call them, they are fossil fuel. And you see, when you talk of fossil, they are just dead plants and animal that have been what accumulated in the rock over long geological years. So when we talk of long geological, we are talking about millions of years ago. Okay, and they've accumulated. That's why anytime we are burning petrol and stuff, we call them fossil fuel. Okay, all right. So the fuel that we have in our home, it's after when we mine the crude oil, after we undergo something we call distillation, fractional distillation of, and then we break it. We call it cracking in chemistry, and then eventually, after it undergoes the fractional distillation, then we get our petrol, we get our petrol, the kerosene, the cooking gas, the Vaseline, it's all the way to bitumen out of it. Okay, so that's how it's formed. It's formed from the accumulation of those carbonaceous materials, okay, that tend to accumulate in long geological period. Okay, good. Please, that clear?
Yes, please. Thank you.
You must welcome. All right, so we have the soil formation. These are factors. These are factors that are, okay, soil formation. Did I see another person's hand up? Let me see. Okay, yeah, what's your hand is up? Please, can I hear from you, please?
Yeah, so Doc, I want to know if under support for structures,
Yes, please.
these days we see some types of soil being used for statues, and then this earthenware bowl sometimes. I don't know how this tripod stand and the rest. Do we put it
Yes.
under? Do we put it under
Structure,
support?
yes, please. Structure support. I mean, if
Okay.
we use it to build structure, we are using it to mold structures.
Okay.
Okay, yes, the earthware bowl and stuff like that. I know they're even scarce now. Okay, when I was a kid, we used to have a one and stuff like that. Almost everybody was having one at home. Okay, and then yeah, but right now it has become scarce now. Okay, I don't know.
So
I'm
we
sure
still have it.
we still have them in the BA where the MPC is more. I'm sure BA in Asante region, and then the Sufi areas where the MPC cries a lot there. I'm sure it is still there. Okay, but I hardly see some here in Cape Coast. Okay, Lydia, please let me hear from you, please. Lydia, please let me hear from you. Lydia, please let me hear from you. Lydia, your hand is up. Please kindly let me hear from you, please. Lydia Komia, your hand is up. Can I hear from you, please? Okay, maybe she's not aware. Lydia, your hand is up. Can I hear from you?
Sir,
Maybe
please, I've lowered my hand too.
Oh, okay, you've lowered it. Okay, sorry.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. So we are
Thank you.
talking about factors that are actually what influencing soil formation. Okay, factors. And then this is my beautiful picture here on my screen. So these are the factors that tend to influence soil formation. The climate. And when you talk of climate, what is climate? Yes. When you talk of climate, what is it? When you talk of climate, what are we talking about? Yeah, what is it?
Okay, sir.
Yes,
Climate
please.
is the average weather condition of a particular place over a very long period of time.
Okay, that's beautiful one. That's beautiful one. That's a perfect textbook definition of climate. And in your opinion, how does it affect soil formation? How does it affect soil formation? So
Okay, sir.
so let me go here. So let me take this one off. And then you said what? Climate is what? Please come and give me the definition. Average what?
Is
Average.
the average weather condition.
So average weather condition, weather condition, weather condition
Of
over
a
a
place,
long way, a long
period
period.
of time.
Okay, great. Long period of what? Of time. Great. Okay. Now, in your opinion, how does it affect soil formation? Okay, how does it affect it? Yes.
Okay, sir. I'm adding a voice.
Okay, great. Go ahead.
Okay, now during climate results to whether rainfall or droughts.
Excellent.
So
Okay, so
so
good. Please,
during
let
drought,
me get your points down first. So you see, you're talking about rainfall. Rainfall into bracket, precipitate.
precipitate.
Precipitate. Okay, precipitate. That's a very nice point. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, good. Rainfall, good. And what else again?
And then at the same time, we can also have a very hot climate
Okay,
condition.
so you're
That is in
talking.
terms of drought,
So in terms of temperature, okay, you're talking about hot. So
increase
temperature.
in temperature.
Beautiful,
Okay.
beautiful. That's a very beautiful point. Okay.
So
So
during hot temperatures,
mm,
the rocks in the soil, they expand, they contract, expand and cool. Now, as the rocks continue to contract, expand, and cool down, it results to breaking down of rocks, thereby leading to the formation of soil.
beautiful point. Beautiful point. Okay. So you see, anytime we talk of climate, there are two things that actually come into play: rainfall and temperature. Okay, and then the amount of rainfall and then the temperature of a particular area. So for instance, if you look at Ghana here, northern part of Ghana, northern part of the temperature is relatively high. Okay, all right, and the rainfall is low. Okay, when you come to here, so you can see that the nature of soil formation in northern part of Ghana will differ from the way soil is going to form in southern part of Ghana. Because southern part of Ghana, we are close to the sea, the temperature is high, but not as high as that of northern part of Ghana. Okay, so anytime you are talking about climate, there are two things we talk about. That's the temperature and what? Rainfall. And these two things can affect the rate at which soil is what? Forms. That's a beautiful point. Well done, well done, well done, well done. Okay, great, great. Okay, let's see. Okay, so let's see. What about vegetation? What about vegetation? Can somebody help me out with the vegetation? Yeah, can somebody help me out with the vegetation? Yes. My ladies, where are you? Where are my ladies? They've all disappeared. What is happening? Yes. Angela, are you there? Angie. Angie. Yes, Angie, please, are you there?
Yes, I'm there.
Yeah, please tell me something sweet about how vegetation can influence soil formation. Yes, Tell me something. If not, this man will laugh at me. This man will laugh at me, oh, please. Ruth, are you there? Sarah, Sandra, Susanna, Rita, Please tell me something. One of the men has said something really, really nice on the climate. How is vegetation influencing soil formation? Yes. Uh-huh. Yes. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes. Sandra, are you there? Nimatu, are you there? My Nimatu. Mm-hmm. Yes. My Nimatu, yes. Where are you? Yes. The ladies, they are not talking. No. Hey, my ladies, what is happening? You let this man get me. I beg you. My ladies, oh. Yes. Mm-hmm. Okay. How is vegetation? How does vegetation affect soil formation? Mm-hmm.
Actually, Doc, we the ladies at this time of the day, we are always cooking and joining the class. So sometimes we
That is,
don't.
oh, okay. I now understand.
But
Because
when we
Officer,
look at the vegetation, for instance,
yes,
we realize that the vegetation or plants, let me say plants or trees or forests, for instance, they help protect the soil against erosion.
okay,
And
good,
they
good,
serve
good,
as
good.
like a canopy on the soil, preventing it from being uh, affected by soil erosion.
Okay, that's good. That's one
And
point there. Well done, well done, well done, well done. Oh, look at that. Oh,
So,
is even cooking and still giving us a point. Yes,
sir,
my lady's on fire now. Yes, Sandra, let me hear you. Let me hear you. Good. So that's nice points. Okay. So we've made nice points.
all right.
Okay, go ahead. Vegetation. Okay, so vegetation. Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead, please. Yes, please. Please go ahead. I'm listening.
The roots are passing through the rocks and then the soil. They break down the particles, soil particles or the
Okay,
rock particles.
good. Good. Well done. Well done. So the first point that my lady was talking about, he made mention of the word. The vegetation can work, can help to compact the soil, okay? All right. So more or less maybe stabilization of the soil, right? Stabilization, okay? They help to like physical stabilization, okay? More or less take stable like station, okay, from the soil. Okay, so that small cell from the light, they help to stabilize it. That's very good point. And then my lady also said the word. Please, the point that you made, it says they help to yeah,
Sandra, your mic.
they help to do what?
They
They
break
help to,
down the soil, the particle, the rock particle,
good, well
forming the
done.
soil.
So watering, we call something watering. So breaking down for what? Breaking down of the rocks and stuff like that. They help to break down the rocks and parent materials, okay, to form the cell, to form the cell. Good point. Good point. Any other point? Any other how the vegetation is contributing to that? Yes. Any other point? Any other point? How is the vegetation?
Sir,
How? Yes, please.
sir,
Yes.
it's Sandra.
Yes, Andy, please let me hear from you,
Sir,
please.
please. Sir, please, for the vegetation,
Yeah.
organic matter, organic substances like the leaves of a plant, they will fall down, then they will decompose. When they decompose, they mix with the soil, makes them rich. Also, being for them being fertile, they can also support plant growth again.
Oh, excellent point. Okay, so which means that the word we are talking about the organic matter. Okay, organic what?
Yes, being
Organic matter. So they can form when they die, they decompose, they form part of the organic matter.
yes,
That's a beautiful point.
yes.
That's beautiful. No wonder it's coming from a lady. Very beautiful point. Good. Any other point? Any other point? My ladies, come. You're on fire now. The ladies on fire now, please. Ladies, don't stop. Don't stop. Any other point? Any other point? So somebody said the vegetation helps to stabilization of the soil, the weathering of rocks to form the soil, when they die, they what? They decompose to be part of the soil, they enrich the soil with nutrients. What else again? What else again? What else again? What else again? Yes. My ladies, where are you? Nice point, nice point, nice point. Yes. No, sometimes too, when the roots of plants even grow, they actually create some sort of holes. Okay, so create some sort of pores. Okay, do you understand that? So the roots of plants can actually roots of what? Roots of plants. Okay, roots of plants. Okay, plants can what? Can bore holes. Okay, can do what? Can actually create some sort of what? Can create holes. Okay, holes or pores to what? To improve. Okay, improve the soil structure. Okay, the soil, when we talk of soil structure, we shall come to it very soon. Structure, you're talking about the what? You're talking about the arrangement of the
Arrangement.
soil particles. Okay, basically we're talking about the arrangement. Okay, arrangement. Okay, arrangement of the what? Of the soil particles. All right, good. All right, beautiful. Okay, arrangement of the soil particles. Nice. Okay, great. So all these ones are ways by which way? By which vegetation, all right, the vegetation, okay, tend to influence soil formation, stabilization of the soil, also creating the help to create the stabilization of the soil structure, okay, acting as organic matter, causing weathering of what rocks and stuff like that. And even sometimes the vegetation of the area, I think one lady said that it prevents the water from hitting, something even erosion of the soil. All right, the erosion, okay, they tend to provide shade and then create and tend to stabilize the environment for the soil development. Okay, so these are all ways by which vegetation can influence the world. Vegetation can influence soil formation. Excellent. Now, another one on the list is the word parent materials. Parent materials. Okay, so let's go to parent materials. Now, how is the parent material? How? Parent materials. How is the parent material influencing soil formation? Yes. How is the parent material? Yes. The men, where are you? The men, where are you? Yes, please let me hear from you, please. Yes, the parent
Okay,
material.
sir, please.
Yes, please.
Okay, for the parent material, the parent material determines the type of weathering that actually occurs at a specific place.
Okay.
For example, where we have iron deposits in the soil. That
Mhm.
place, when the iron in the soil combines with atmospheric oxygen, then it's going to form iron oxide, which
Yes.
will which will um, um, form or in which the soil will form through oxidation. So the type of soil that will form at that place is oxidation, and then it will lead to a particular type of soil. Let's say
Okay.
the color of the soil will be red,
Okay.
depending on the type of mineral deposit in that particular area.
Okay. That's beautiful point. Well done. I guess your wife whispered this one to your ears.
Sir,
Okay.
please, I want
That's good.
to add up. I want to add up.
Okay. Add to what he's saying. That's good. That's
Yes.
good. Okay.
And
So
also, it also helps.
let me draw the point that he made. He made beautiful point. So let me just put something down here. Okay. All right. So he talked about even the color. He made mention of even the color. Okay, he made mention of the that can influence the word. So more or less the color and then the texture. Okay, if I should summarize what he said, can influence the color and then the texture of soil. That's a good point. Yes. Please go ahead.
Sir,
Yes, please.
I was about to add what you just said. The texture of the soil, being it clearly sandy or loamy. About to
Okay.
add that to it. As you
Oh,
just said.
okay. Okay. All right. That's
Yeah.
nice. So you can see that the nature of the parent material, be it rock, okay, the rock, the type of rock that the type of organic foundation, organic matter that the soil is going to that will tend to act as parent material. We'll talk about we influence the texture of the soil. We even influence the color, even the structure as well. Okay, the type of even nutrient that will be available in the soil. Have you seen it? So the parent material, talking about the what? We are talking about those rocks and what? And as well as the word organic matter. Organic what? Organic matter. So all these are parent materials. So these parent materials can influence the color, the way when he was talking, he made mention of the oxidation, that if there is iron there, the iron can easily be oxidized in presence of what? Oxygen. Okay, so because it can be oxidized in presence of oxygen, it can even affect the color, that it is going to be red because iron is present. Okay, so all these things tend to influence, okay, the nature of the soil, the texture, the color, the structure, okay, the nutrient availability, even the rate at which it's going to break down. For instance, if the parent material is what? Let's say it's igneous rock. Igneous rock. Igneous rock. Okay, rock. You can see igneous rock is very, very hard. So even the type of parent material can be influenced by even the rock type there. If it is igneous rock is very, very hard. So if it is igneous rock, even the manner, the type, and then the rates, okay, the type and the rate of what? Of weathering. Weathering is the breaking down of the rock, okay, of what? Of weathering, okay, the type, okay, the type and the rate of weathering, okay, can be influenced by the what? By the nature of the parent material. Okay, if it is like sedimentary rock, sedimentary rock, it's the surface, when water hits it, it easily washes off. Okay, but if it is what? If it is a igneous rock, very hard rock, okay, weathering is the breaking down of rock to form soil. So in that case, you can see that the rate of weathering can even be affected. You understand? If it is the parent rock is igneous rock, you can see that the weathering rate will not be as fast as if it is what? Sedimentary rock. Okay, so all these things tend to influence, okay, the nature of what? The nature of the soil, okay, the texture, the pH of the soil, okay. You know that there are the type of minerals, when they are there, they are acidic in nature or they are alkaline in nature, and for that matter, they are going to influence, okay, the rate of what? The rate of weathering, the rate and the type of what? Of weathering. Okay, great. Good. Any other points, please? Any other points, please? Yes, any other points? Any other points? I think we're exhausted the point. So parent material influence what? Influence the soil texture, the color, the structure, the rate and the type of weathering. Okay, can all be influenced by what? By parent material. Okay, great. Now let's see. Let me duplicate this one. Let me duplicate the slide here. Okay, so we've made some nice points here. Let me
Hello, sir.
Yes, please. Please let me hear from you, please.
Can we also add this to the parent rock?
Okay, go ahead, please.
The parent rock also determines the type of soil to form in the particular area. Due to different type of parent materials available in that area.
Okay. Can you throw more light on that? Okay.
Okay. So like you said earlier, that when we have igneous rock in a particular area, the formation of soil or the formation of soil, it takes a longer period to be formed. So
Yes,
let's
please.
assume that in a particular area we have igneous rock, and then in a particular area we have sedimentary rocks.
Yep.
So if these two break down to form soil, we'll be having different kind of soil in a particular area due to the parent materials over there.
Okay, that's very true. That's very true. In fact, when you said, I thought yeah, you're right. So even that one may even influence the type of mineral soil that will be available to the plant. What do you think? Okay,
Yes, please.
so it can, which means that the parent material can work, can even influence what? Influence the mineral salts. Okay, the mineral salts, all right, the mineral salts or nutrients, let me put it that way, nutrients that will be available, okay, all right, will be available, okay, will be available in the soil, because if the one is very hard igneous rock, okay, and stuff like that, the nutrients and then the mineral composition will not be the same as another one that is coming from sedimentary rock. Okay, so that's a very nice point you phrased there. Well done, well done, well done, well done. That's great. Okay, great. Okay, now the next one on the list is what? It's soil organisms. Yes. So can somebody tell me something about soil organisms? Okay, let me take this one off here. All right, let me bring this one down. Okay, like that. Okay, so let's see. Soil organism. Yeah, is anything soil organisms? How is soil organisms influence what? Influence soil formation. Yes. How will soil organisms influence soil formation? Yes, please. Yeah.
Okay, sir.
Yes, go ahead.
Please, the activities of soil organisms in the soil contribute to soil aeration,
Okay, so
thereby
okay, please can you throw more light?
thereby making the soil more porous enough to um, take in more water and therefore result to soil formation.
Okay, so soil organisms can do what? Please come again, come again.
Soil organisms contribute to soil aeration.
Okay, so erosion of the soil rather the organisms. How?
Aeration.
Erosion, right?
No, I said aeration.
Eration.
Yes.
Aeration.
Oh, aeration.
Okay. Sorry
Okay.
for my
Sorry, I didn't
pronunciation.
hear you well. My pouch, I didn't hear you well. Please forgive me.
Okay.
So,
Pardon me.
that's a nice point. That's a beautiful point. Yes. That's a very beautiful point. Okay. So good. That's a very nice one. That's nice one there. For instance, even the rate at which oxygen will enter the soil, is that not it? How water will even enter. Okay, so aeration and even water. Okay, water percolation. Okay, water percolation. Percolation. Okay, good. Well done. That's a beautiful point. Oh yeah, that's a very nice one. Good. Well done. Yes, any other points? Okay, they tend to influence aeration and then the water percolation. And this one will indirectly influence the amount of even oxygen present in the soil for other organisms even to thrive. Well done. That's a very good one. Okay, good. Yes, any other points? Yes, any other points? Yes. Any
Okay,
other
sir. Now,
Hello, sir.
soil organisms move on the surface of the soil, and they cause collision of the rocks,
Okay.
and that the collision results to the breaking of the rocks.
Okay, that's
And
a beautiful point. So they can contribute to where? They can contribute to weathering. Breakdown for that's what you're referring to as weathering of rock. Okay, weathering of what? Of rocks. Okay, good. So they can contribute to what? So weathering. So that's the breaking down of what? Breaking down of rocks. Okay, of rocks to form shell, right? That's a very good point. Well done. That's a very good point. Well done. So breaking down of what? Of rocks, okay, to form shell. That's a good one. Good. So soil organism can do that, okay? All right, that's a very, very good one. Okay, yes. What else again? Okay, what else again?
Okay, sir, one more.
Yes, please.
Now, at a point in time,
Soil.
Please let her, my lady. It's been a long time I heard the voice of a lady. Please let my lady speak for her. Yes, let me hear you, madam. Please go ahead before the gentleman will speak.
Yes, sir. I said they enrich the soil by breaking down organic matter
Okay,
that
good.
decompose dead plants and animals, thereby enriching the soil.
Excellent. Okay.
Hello,
Yes, please. Please let me jot that point down. So here, so those soil organisms bring about what? Decomposition of what? Of, let's say, those dead plants and what? Dead plants dead plants and
Plants and animals.
animals. Okay, to do what? When they do that, they tend to what? They tend to recycle the what? They tend to cycle the nutrients, okay, into the soil. Okay, that's very beautiful points there. Well done, well done. Yes, another lady was talking. Yes, please, can I hear from you, please? Uh-huh. My ladies are back. Yes, yeah, charity.
Yeah, that is what I wanted to say.
Wow. Oh,
Recycling of
man.
nutrients.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful. So decomposition, let me add it. Decomposition, okay, of the dead and animal, and then let me add it and what? And cycling, okay? Cycling of what? Cycling of nutrients. Good, 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 good. The ladies on the ladies in this class, they are something else. They are too sharp. I don't know why. I don't know. Yes. Yeah.
Hello, sir.
Yes, please. Yeah, let me hear from you. Let me hear from
Yeah,
you.
sir, please, I want to ask a question.
Please go ahead.
Okay, I'm just contemplating on when we were talking about the parent material.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm looking at the upper part of Ghana, like say the northern regions.
Yes, please.
But you see, that place is desert, full of sand. But when you go there, you realize that there are some stones too there. So the parent material, how you were explaining that the parent material influence the type of soil there, I am a bit.
So the
I
soil
don't know.
you see there, the soil you see there actually started forming about let's say 10,000 years ago. Then they started. So it's a gradual process.
So what
yes.
I'm trying to say. So what I'm trying to say is that, you see, when it comes to the types of the soil, like this loamy soil, the sandy soil, and those things, like what you are saying, those factors influence whether the area will have sandy soil or it will be loamy, because per the points that we are raising, those are the factors that will influence whether the soil will be either sandy, loamy, clay, or whatever. I hope I'm right.
Not really. We are talking about influencing they are influencing soil formation in general, not necessarily specific type. But the type of parent material can tell what type of soil will be forming there. Okay, all right. So this is general, not specifically towards a particular type of soil, but we just want to see how is these factors we have enlisted here, how are they influencing soil formation? Okay, an influence could be the type of soil, the rate of soil formation. Do you understand that? The nature of the soil, the texture, the color, they're influencing the soil in several aspects. Okay, the color, its soil water retention ability, air percolation, the rate at which the rock will break to form the soil. All these are all things, these are all factors that are influencing the rate at which the soil is forming. Do you understand? So not geared toward specific type of soil. Okay, so those rocks you see there, yes, some of the rocks, the height were not at this one. They were maybe higher than the one we are seeing there. But over long geological period, okay, wind will be blowing to be hitting things on the surface, some small trees will grow there, and then they will be cracking the rock, which we shall see very soon. And all these ones tend to contribute. So over time, so 1,000 years to come, if we rise up from our grave and we'll see that the rocks that we are seeing now, 1,000 years to come, it wouldn't be the same rocks there. Okay, you see that either the surface will be breaking off small, forming the shell and stuff like that. Okay, for instance, if you've been to, let's say, Shire Hills before, if you go into those bush of side, you can see the rocks there. You see some heavy tree growing there, cracking some of the rocks and stuff like that. So if these things are going on, a time will come, okay, about 500 years to come. If you go there, you wouldn't see the same type of rock. You won't see the same rock there. You see some parts broken off and like that sort of thing. Okay, some broken parts, and then eventually with time, some small plants will start growing on top, and then they will release some small acid, breaking the small surface of the soil, and eventually another group of organism will come. See, with time, over 10,000 years, you see that now then we get the type of soil we have. So the soil you see in the north forming didn't start today. It actually took long geological period to form. All right, thank you. Okay, great. So yes, we've made some nice points here. Another point that we can talk about is what is a topography. Topography. When you say topography also, what does it mean? Topography. Let me take it from here so that to be easy. Yeah, topography. Yeah, it's when you talk of topography.
Okay.
What does it mean?
Okay, sir.
Yes.
Topography actually talks about the physical structure of the shape of the land or the earth.
Okay. When
Now,
you say physical structure, what does it mean? I don't understand. This is my first time hearing that.
that is how the soil has been formed on the surface of the land.
How the soil.
I
But
mean,
when you say
we have
topography, I don't know. When you say topography, when you say topography, what does it mean? Topography of soil. What does it mean? I don't even understand.
okay.
Topography. What does it mean? That's what I want to know. This is my first time hearing this
So
word.
it is the nature of the
Hello,
soil.
The naturality is saying nature of the soil. Okay,
no,
anything.
please,
I
it's
think
not you.
there's the
It's who?
soil depth. The soil depth, being it
The
valley.
soil depth. Yes. Who else? Who else?
Hello,
I
Doc.
can see. Yeah, Charity, are you there? Yes, Charity. Let me hear from you,
Hello,
please.
Doc.
Yes, please. Let me hear from you.
Yes.
Please go ahead. Let me hear from you, please.
Topography.
When you say topography of soil, what are you? What is it? What I want to know. This is my first time hearing this word. Topography of soil. What is it?
Topography simply means the landscape.
The landscape. When you say landscape,
Hello.
what is it? Yes. What is it? What is that? Hello, I can hear you. What?
Hello,
Yes,
sir.
please.
So with the topography, we can see that the shape, the
The
shape of
shape.
the land. Yeah,
The
how the land
shape.
has been. Yes, please.
Okay. Shape like what? The shape like what?
So,
I still don't
like
understand.
whether it is steep, the slope of
Gentle
the
slope.
land.
Now you are giving me words I understand.
Whether it is slopey.
Hmm.
Oh,
It's slopey. Yes. I know the men will say, but the women will straighten it. Oh. Yeah, God, this class, the ladies in this class, they will straighten it for the men. The slopiness. Okay, good. That's nice point. So the shape. Talk about the word. You made a nice point. Shape and the word. Shape.
The
The
same
word. The
ladies were
slope.
this thing
What else again?
minister.
Eh, all right. Okay, let's even just keep it on the word. The slope, okay, like the slope of the land. What is it slow? Is it gentle slope? Is it steep slope? Is it flat? Do you understand that? Okay,
yes,
all right.
please.
So this one, the more of the what, the slopiness. Okay, that's one key thing. Okay, good. Whether it is this flat terrain, is it slopey? If it is even slopey, is it gentle slope? Is it steep slope? Okay, those things are the topography. And how does the topography influence soil formation? The topography of the land. How does it affect soil formation? Yes.
Okay,
Uh-huh.
sir.
Yes. Uh-huh. The
So
men are
now that now
mm-hmm,
that we have understood the topography,
mm-hmm,
now we know that we have steep slope and we have
mm-hmm.
gentle slope and we have flat slope.
Yes.
So
Mm-hmm,
on a land where there is a high steep or where the slope is very steep,
mm-hmm.
water tends to run off very quickly, leading to soil erosion.
Okay,
And
good.
in contrast, where we have a gentle slope or flat land, now water runs very slow on it. leading to improvement of soil fertility and less erosion.
Beautiful. So you see, let's see something like that. I have something like this here. Very beautiful explanation there. I've said it. Now let's take it this way. That this. So you see, okay. Let me do it this way. Let me go back a little bit. So let's say I do it like this. Let's say this like this. Okay. So good. So let's say A here, B here, and C here. All right. Now soil is forming. Where would the soil form faster? Where would the soil form faster? A, B, C.
C.
It will form faster in C.
It's C, right? Because you can see that here at B, the moment the soil forms now, just that moment, it is what? Even if it stays there in just 1 minute, maybe through activities of wind or something like that, or some plant activities, entering the rocks with the what? With their roots, breaking the what? The soil. The moment it happens, quickly, this soil will not accumulate that much. And then it will what? It will be eroded to sea. Okay, so you can see that when the place is what? When the place is when the topography is steepy, okay, you can see that it takes so long. It takes so long for soil to form. If soil is going to form here on a steep slope like that, it will take so long. But here it wouldn't. It wouldn't. Because the moment the soil forms, it will fall under the influence of gravity. Okay? Under the influence of gravity, it will fall from here. And if here too is also flat, if the place is also flat, then it also means that then there is what? The nutrients, if it is flat like that, then it means that there's high probability that the nutrients that will be even in the soil here will also sink quicker. It will percolate, it will leach. Okay, the nutrients will leach quicker. Have you seen it? So here, in terms of thickness of soil, you can see that here, the soil, even the if soil forms here, to be very thin. Okay, to be thin, very thin soil layer here. Okay, if soil is forming here at all, okay, to be very thin. And here, thick layer is likely to form. Okay, because it's what? It's down here in the valley. The water will drain from here, and then they will break off this small soil particles here. They wall down the one here and come here. So here, so the nature of the land can even influence the rate at which even soil forms. Okay, if the place is what? It's flat, okay, lowland, you can see that the soil there, it's what? It tends to form quicker, and it's also rich in nutrients. Okay, because here the organic matter can stay here and decompose, all right, and decompose. And even the runoff, you see here, you can see that here, even here, if it is running off, even though it's flat, you can see that the runoff here is relatively faster here than here. Okay, so you can see that in terms of soil formation, all right, and deposition, you can see that there is high tendency that soil will form here, okay, at the what? At the flat terrain, okay, or in the valley here than the top, the slopy parts here. These are we clear? So we are more likely to get thick soil here than here. Okay, all right. Please, is that okay? Is that okay with my explanation here? Is that okay? Is that okay, please? Okay, good. So
Yes, sir.
yeah, so which means that the topography of the where of the land, the topography of the area, the topography of the land.
Hello, sir.
Yes, please. Tend to influence the nature
Please,
of the soil. Yes, please. Please
please,
go ahead.
I'm also of different view.
Okay, please go ahead.
Sir, with the structure you draw.
Yes, please.
If you are considering the formation of soil, either thick, lean. When we consider the A, soil formation might be a little bit thick over there.
Yeah.
When we consider B, I don't think soil formation will be available over there. And then C.
Yep.
It might also be a very thick, but not as much as the A, because when the water is coming from the top, it comes the speed,
But
So when
you know,
it gets to sea as well, it will also wash away all the nutrients over there, because the speed that is coming with it, it will definitely wash away the nutrients on top of the soil.
On at where here, right? A or
No,
D?
the sea.
Okay.
So if probably let's assume that it's coming from the top, direct from the top, and it's getting to B, the rate at which it's coming from A to B, the speed will still be high. Therefore, when it gets to C, the topsoil which is rich will be washed away.
Okay, you've made a very nice point. You see, what you said is very nice. It holds when rain only, let's say rain just rain, the rainwater, it's happening just once in a year, but it rains almost all the time. You understand that? We have, so let's take it this way, the soil is formed here, the thickness of the soil here, and it rains today, sometimes rainy season, and it rains for a whole week. All the soil here will be washed to this side. All the soil here, all of the one here, if it rains continuously, okay, it rains continually for a week. You can see that the soil on this side here, almost all of them will be washed down to what? To sea. Okay, yes. But you see that the thing is that here, the soil, it doesn't, you can see that here, there will not even be much nutrient in the soil for A, because it doesn't even the caliber of plant here. This is on top of the rock, so it doesn't give time. It doesn't give time for the soil to accumulate that much. It doesn't give time, because here, at least if it is flat like that, even though the rain will wash but at least because it is flat, it will take some time for some of the soil to even enter some of the water to enter the soil. So even the percolation of water into the soil is quite high here. And as more water and oxygen get into the soil, it means that its organic matter activities will also be enhanced. And once organic matter activities are enhanced, then which means that once a lot of activities are going on, and soil formation will be relatively faster at C compared to A. So yes, what you have a point, but on condition that it doesn't rain much. But if within the year it can rain quite a number of times, then definitely we will be expecting more soil to form where the thickness of the soil here at the base of the mountain, okay, or of this hill, to be higher in deposition, okay, the thickness will be higher as compared to A. Okay, and B will be less one, okay, in terms of the soil thickness. All right, good. That's a very beautiful point. Well done. Then the last thing on my list here is time. Time, okay, it's time. So let me. I think we did parents on the previous slide. So let me kick out this 2 points up here so that I can get a space. All right, good. So let's see. If I could get a space. Good. Now let's see. Let's talk about time. Time. Yes. Let's talk about time now. Yes. How does time influence soil formation? Time. Yes. How time? Yes. Anybody should help me. Somebody should help me. Yes. How? In what way does time influence soil formation? Yes. In what way? Yes. In what way? Time.
Okay, sir.
Yes, please.
We all agree that weathering leads to soil formation.
Yes, please.
So, and then weathering does not occur just a day. It
Good.
takes several years, millions of years before weathering occurs. So the more um, the more rocks and minerals last in the soil, then it breaks down small, and then definitely we get soil.
Okay, beautiful. So in fact, honestly, weathering, we made mention of things like weathering. Okay, that's breaking off rock. We made mention of what? Organic matter, organic matter composition. Okay, composition, or maybe deposition or accumulation, deposit. Okay, deposit. Okay, and stuff like that. Now, all these activities that we just mentioned, they don't happen overnight, as you rightly pointed out. Okay, they don't happen overnight. They will take long period, geological period. Okay, before it will work, it will come into that level of maturity. Like this is soil. It will not happen overnight. Okay, so which means that the more time, even it happens to our farms. Sometimes you leave the world. Sometimes when you cultivate the land, you leave it to farrow. Okay, like that. So all these things, the more time elapse, the more water is going to occur, the more organic matter deposition. Okay, all right. The more rain is going to fall on it, and stuff like that, and the better the soil matures. Okay, so which means that it's almost everything we've talked about previously, even the welding of rocks, even the soil organisms coming there, and we talked about what? We talked about the parent matter, even vegetation, the climate. All of them are subject to the function of time. Okay, the more time elapsed, the more welding will occur, welding of rock will occur, the more organic matter deposition or accumulation will occur. All right, so time is actually is one of the pivotal factors in what? In soil formation. Beautiful. In fact, you people have done very, very well. Now let's see what I jotted it down for you. So the climate, okay, so climate, we talked about the temperature, and then the temperature and rainfall. And then we made mention that the rate is what? So for instance, they influence the rate of weathering, okay, the breaking down of the rocks to form the soil. So you can see in Arctic and then desert area develop slowly as compared to hot areas. You see, if you go to the desert area, it doesn't rain, even though the temperature is high, but the temperature is almost hot throughout, and there's no rain. Okay, it's almost hot. If you go to the Arctic, the cold region of the earth, the Arctic part of the earth, okay, those polar regions of the earth, the place is snowy everywhere. Okay, and it doesn't rain in the Arctic that much. Okay, all right. So because of that, okay, the rate at which the weathering occurs is what? It tends to be slow, and if there is slow rate of weathering, it means that it's also going to affect the rate at which soil is going to form. So desert areas, as well as the desert areas, and then the Arctic areas, okay, the soil formation is slower as compared to what? Hot and wet climate. Okay, so you can see that the tropical part of the world, the soil, okay, tend to form what? Faster than in what? In the Arctic part of the world, because here there's high rainfall, there's the weather is hot, okay, the temperature is quite warm, okay, so that alternate expansion and contraction due to temperature differences is relatively high here, okay, as compared to that of the world, that of the Arctic and desert. So soil formation in the hot, wet climate, like the tropical region, is what? Is faster, okay, than that of what? Arctic and what? And desert areas. Okay, good. That's it. And then we talked about vegetation, and we said quite elaborate points on that. But the summary of it that I have on my screen, the way it comes to vegetation, the type of vegetation influences the type of what? The type of organic matter, the amount that is going to be available in there. Okay, for instance, if you come to tropics, look at the number of leaf litter in a day. Okay, in tropical world, look at, like if you take, let's say, Kakum National Park, even Kakum National Park, a day, how much leaf litters? Okay, like how much leaves? Okay, dead leaves falling onto the soil in a day. Okay, that's huge. All right, so you can see that the type of vegetation present, okay, tend to influence even the type of organic matter that is going to be there. Okay, so because of that, you see that organic matter addition in what? In that's it. Prairie as well as, okay, will be in the form of what? Will be ecosystem will be in the form of what? Of grass roots. All right. Okay, good. And then when you come to those arboreal forests, okay, those sort of when you talk of the boreal forest, we are talking about those pine trees, okay, those needle-like leaves. Like let me just get a picture for you. Let me get a picture for you so that you have an idea of what I'm talking about. Let me get a picture for you, okay. Let me get a something like this, okay. Okay, so okay, great. Let me get a picture, copy. All right. Okay, so look at the boreal forest, okay? Look at the boreal forest. Look at the nature of the trees, okay? The nature of vegetation, all right? Okay, look at nature of the vegetation that is going to, okay, look at that. It's snowy. These are pine trees, okay? These are pine trees, all right? So these are the fallen plants, needles and leaves, okay, like that, okay? So these are the boreal forest, okay? This, okay? When you go to those sort of, this one looks like a grassland, okay? Something like, let me read slash savanna, okay, like that ecosystem, okay. All right, great. So all the type of vegetation present will also influence the what, the organic matter that is going to be deposited, the nature of the soil, whether it's going to be compact, it's going to be loose. All these ones will be influenced by the what, the vegetation as we enumerated previously. Okay, good. And then we also talk about the parent materials. Okay, the summary of it is that the soil is highly dependent on existing parent materials. Okay, so the material will weather. So that's the weather means breakdown here. That's the breakdown. I think we talked about this one. Okay, breakdown. Okay, more easily. All right, good. So some parents will break down more easily than others. Okay, so soil developed from on sandy material differ from soil developed on clay material. I think we talked about that one. You made mention of it. Okay, so the parent material tend to also influence the nature of the form, the soil that's going to be formed. Okay, all right. Even the texture, okay, the texture, mineral composition, and even the layers. Okay, those layering will all be influenced by the nature of the parent material, okay, and indirectly tend to influence the type of vegetation that will be present and even how they are going to grow, and then the degree in which they are going to lay on top, okay, one layer on top of the other will all be influenced by the nature of the parent material, okay, great. Then we talked about the soil organism. Okay, we talked about the soil organism, we talked about the cycling of the decomposition rate, and then the nutrient cycling. They're all influenced by the organisms present. So we have the decomposers like the bacteria, the fungi, and other microorganisms in the soil. They help to break down organic materials and then retain the nutrients into the soil. We have earthworms and termites, increasing the aeration, and then what? And let's say water percolation, okay, and change the structure of the soil. Okay, great. And then we talk about the what, the topography. This one deals with the what, the physical landscape, okay, the slope, okay, and stuff like that. Okay, okay, that's the nature of the slope. Okay, so this one do those slope, okay, okay, those slopeness, okay, okay, those slopeness of the land, okay, and stuff like that, okay, and then realize that land, for instance, the soil forming in what, in a slopy area, okay, the thickness is what, thin as compared to the soil forming in what, in on flat terrain, okay, good. And then we talk about the time. Time is the most important word. Time is the most important factor. Everything is a subject, almost everything is subject to the function of time, okay? So, you know, soil keeps changing, it's dynamic, and then it's changing over time, okay? So time is very, very important. So it's the soil that we see today, 100 years time, if we wake up from our grave and come back, we see that the soil will be different, okay? So soil keeps changing based on the what? Based on the organic matter accumulation, based on the parent material deposition, based on the rate of weathering. So all these things, they are affecting time, but they are affecting the soil. But time is affecting how they mature. Okay, all right. The rate of weathering, the nature of vegetation that will be there, and stuff like that. So where we see today, 200 years to come, we will not see the same type of soil there. Okay, because the vegetation there may not be the same. Okay, so all these ones tend to influence the way the soil formation. Beautiful. Okay, great. Now let's see.
Doc, please, I have a question.
Yes, please go ahead, my dear. Please go ahead.
Please, Doc, we are talking about factors influencing the formation of the soil.
Yes,
Now, my
please.
question is, can human activities also
Yes.
contribute to the formation?
Yes, that's beautiful. That's a nice point. So some human activities can contribute to the work, to the formation. That's true. That's very, very true. So let's see where we'll fix human activity. Okay, let's see. Can you fix human activity somewhere? Okay, let's take it this way. Well, I think what is here is almost all of them are more or less just natural. Okay, but you are right. Some anthropogenic activities. Human activities can also influence the rate of cell formation. All right, you are right. You're right. Okay, I think the point that I listed in my diagram was solely based on natural. Okay, when we allow nature to take its course, basically. Okay, so you are right. That's a nice. Well done. Well done. That's great. Okay. Right. Okay, now let's see. Now, process of soil formation. Okay, processes of soil formation. All right. The main process of soil formation we are talking about is weathering. Okay, it's weathering. Good. Okay, process of soil formation. Now, and we kept talking about weathering over and over again, over and over again. Okay, so now the question is, what is weathering? Let me take this one away so that yes, what is weathering? What is weathering? Yeah, so that's a question on board. Okay, what is weathering? Okay, what is weathering? Yes. What is weathering? Yes.
Sir,
Yes. Yes, please. I'm
so
listening.
first, weathering in a simple term, we can say that is the breakdown of rocks to form soil. The breakdown of rocks to form soil.
That's good. That's good. That's good. Anything more? Anything more? Yes. So
Okay, look, I will also define weathering as the gradual or the
okay.
continuous breaking down of rocks into
Okay.
smaller pieces by agents.
Okay. All right. I like the way you started with gradual. So let me start also with gradual as well. Okay, so gradual, okay, breaking down of what? Of rocks. Okay,
Rocks.
to form what? To form soil. Great. Good point. Any other points? Any other points? Any other points? Yes. Any other points? Yes, please. Any other points? Any other point? I think pretty much this is what we all agree. Okay, we all believe in this one. So, but what are the mechanisms? Those mechanisms by which this soil breakdown can occur? Okay, we have categorized it in what? In three. Okay, in three ways. Okay, we have categorized it in three ways. So one, we have the word. We have the chemical, biological. Okay, so let's start with biological. That's very easy one. Biological weathering. Okay, biological weathering. You can get what? You can get physical weathering, and then we can also get what? We can get chemical weathering. Okay, good. So weathering is basically gradual breaking down of rocks to form soil over maybe over a period of time, basically. Okay, that's weathering. Okay, great. So with these processes, okay, with weathering, we can get three main ways that it can occur. One of them is biological, another one is physical, okay, physical or chemical. Okay, so these are three forms. So we're going to take them one by one and we'll talk about them. Okay, good. Now let's start with the biological weathering. Yeah, what comes into mind when you talk of biological weathering? What is it? Yeah, what comes into mind when you say biological weathering? What is it? What is it at all? Yes. And somebody help me. Biological weathering. What is it?
Okay, Doc, let me come in here.
Yes,
Now,
please.
when we talk of the biological weathering, we are talking of the penetration of rocks by roots of plants, causing
Okay.
them to break down.
Okay, good. Okay, so we are talking about the what? That's a penetration. It's a penetration of what? Penetration of what? Of
Of roots of plants.
rocks, rocks, or rocks. Penetration of rocks by the what? Rocks by the roots of
Roots of
what?
plants.
Roots. Okay, okay, or maybe yes. Okay, so rocks by the roots of plants. Okay, roots of plants. Okay, excellent. Okay, good. So you can see that sometimes if you look here, if you look here, like look at that, look at this, look at this, the pictures that I'm showing on my screen. Okay, if you look at the pictures that I'm showing on my screen, let me enlarge a little bit. Okay, good. If you look at the pictures that I'm showing on my screen, look at this one. Look at how the trees are growing into the rock. Okay, they are cracking. Look at this one. This one is cracking the one here is cracking the what, the rock. Okay, look at that. It's cracking the rock like that. You see, look at the cracks in the rock like that. Look at the, okay, so if these trees and stuff, like if they go there for the next 100 years, you won't go and see this rock standing. Look at the huge cracks on the rocks. Okay, and these are all created by, I'm sure, by plant roots. Okay, look at the cracks. Okay, so they exert some sort of what, some sort of physical pressure. Okay, there is just some sort of physical pressure. Okay, and this physical pressure eventually will cause the what, will cause the rocks to what, to break. Okay, all right, great. Okay, so that's a very nice point. Yes. Okay, so that's nice point. Okay, good, good. Any other points here? And the biological weathering, what are we expecting? If you look at my picture, if you look here like this. If you look on this my picture surface here, if you look at this one, okay, if you look at my picture surface here, all right, look at that. This one's small plants, okay, those small plants like lichen, okay. Lichen is let's see.
Biological association
Okay, so yeah, biological association between what and what?
between fungi and between fungi.
Plant.
Specifically?
Fungi and bacteria.
No.
No.
Come again. Lichen is what? Between what and what? Yes.
Fungi and algae.
The symbiotic relationship between fungi and algae.
Good. Fungi and algae. I mean, cyanobacteria could be there, but fungi and algae predominantly. Okay, so here, so you can see that some lichen can be here. Okay, so we have some word lichen, and lichen is the word. It's a symbiotic relationship, some mutualistic. Okay, mutualistic association. Okay, mutualistic. Okay, relationship. Okay, between fungi and what, and algae. Okay, so you see, so on this rock, and sometimes some mosses, not just this lichen alone, some mosses. I hope you know mosses. You see, when you pack blocks, okay, let me show you pictures of moss here. Let me show you a picture of it. That will make life better. Let me show you mosses. Okay, you know that when you pack blocks, you see they tend to grow on top of the blocks and stuff like that, especially let me get easy ones that let's see here. Okay, let me take this picture here. Okay, good. Most of the time you see them on blocks. Okay, let's see. Okay, let's see. Something like that. So you see this green thing. Usually when you pack your blocks, okay, when you pack your blocks, you see them when the place is moist, okay. you see that it's different from Sparigera. Okay, Sparigera will be on the water. This one, when you pack your block, you see these green stuffs like that. Okay, so these ones and lichens, you see they grow. These are, so you see the lichens are these ones, and then the mosses are like a little bit thicker green ones here. So you see these ones on the surface here could be lichen or mosses. You grow on the surface of the rocks. Okay, right. And these ones, as they grow on the surface of the rock, what they do is that their roots tend to release some digestive juice that actually tend to break the rock surface bit by bit. Okay, so as they grow and then they develop, they die, new one will grow, develop. So over a long period of time, so they break the rock surface small over time. Okay, so as you can see here, so from my picture here, so you can see this lichen and the mosses. Okay, they grow on the surface of the what, on the rocks, and eventually, okay, cause weathering of rock by their secretion. Sometimes the small things that they secrete, okay, they help to cause the weathering of what, of rocks. Okay, and then on top of that, sometimes some bacteria, okay, certain bacteria also, okay, some bacteria can also be on the rocky surfaces. Okay, some microorganisms, okay, activities by microorganisms can also cause what, weathering of what, of rocks. Okay, they can even alter the chemical composition of the rocks. Okay, and eventually the rock surface will peel off or will break down. Okay, all right, great. Okay, so and then the last one, if you look at my picture here, so this ones are by what? So this is plant roots permeating into the rock, okay, thereby exerting pressure, physical pressure, and eventually will break the rocks. Okay, and then we have the activities of microorganisms, and then and lichens, and the algae, and then the mosses on the what, on the rocky surfaces. Okay, also contributing to the what, to weathering of what, of rocks. Okay, great. Then we have this one. We have the, you see, some animals tend to burrow into the rocks. Okay, some animals, if you look at this animal here, okay, it has actually made some burrow in the what, in the rocks. And as they do that, they scratch the surface of the rocks, okay, bit by bit. So if you look at that, I mean, you burrowing this one even into the rock, like if it's sedimentary rock, I mean, if you look at the background, it looks more of sedimentary rocks. So over time, you can see some animals, some birds, some mammals, okay, they make their nest in rocks. As they do that, sometimes they pick the rocky surface, and their secretion, their excreta and stuff like that, they all release this substance. If they keep urinating on the rock surface, like the uric acid and the urea, all of them, okay, on the surface of the rock can alter the chemical composition of the rock, and eventually it will lead to weathering. Okay, all right, great. So this is that. So this is the rock. So here, so which means that when it comes to biological weathering, okay, so this one is as a result of what, breaking of the rock, okay, as a result of what, plants and animals and microorganisms. Okay, and so you can see this one, the plant root permeating into the rock, thereby breaking it, okay, exerting physical pressure to break it. And then we have the lichens. Okay, lichens is a symbiotic relationship between the fungi and algae. Okay, also releasing chemical substances onto the surface of the rock, and eventually, okay, will alter the chemical composition of the rock, and then it will lead to weathering. Okay, then we can also talk about animals burrowing into the what, into the rock. Okay, those adhesives, they keep scratching, releasing excretory materials into the rock surface. As I said, if they are insect, they're releasing nitrogenous, they are releasing uric acid. If it is mammals, they are releasing their urea onto the rocky surface. Over time, you see that it will be altering the chemical and the physical nature of the rock, and eventually it will break. Okay, so under biological, we talk about three main things. We talk about animals burrowing, okay, into the soil. We talk about the roots of plants, and then we talk about the activities of microorganisms, the mosses, the lichens, okay, they all contribute to biological weathering. So I have summarized that one here. So you can see that when we talk of biological weathering, okay, we are talking about what? We are talking about the plants. That's what our brother said earlier on. So the plant's roots exerting pressure and eventually breaking, okay, the rocks. Okay, all right, good. And then sometimes, so some of the plants, even the root, the secretions, okay, the root secretions, some of the small plants like the mosses, okay, mosses like that, they release some organic acid that eventually those organic acid, they dissolve the rock surfaces and eventually cool them off. All right, and then we have the what? We have the microbial activities. Okay, some of those activities of the lichens, the fungi, okay, and then those bacteria growing on the surface, okay, on the surface of the rocks, okay, they also contribute to the what? Their secretions and then the chemicals that they produce and stuff like that from their metabolic activities also tend to contribute to the weathering of rocks. And then the burrowing, as I said earlier on, okay, those intense physical activities as they burrow into the rocks, and then some of them to the excreta, okay, the insects will produce the uric acid, the mammals will produce urea, okay, and I mean, if you have a building and people keep piecing at, urinating on the wall all the time, you can see that over time, you see that the surface of the wall will be peeling off, okay, yes, and it's likewise to the rocks too. Okay, great. All right. And let's talk a little bit, please. Any question for me before we move on to chemical weathering? Any question for me before we move on to chemical weathering? Any question from the audience? Quick one, quick one. We'll be breaking anytime soon, very, very soon, please. We'll break. I know I can see you guys are tired. Okay, we'll break very soon, and then so that you can stretch a little bit, then continue. Yes, anything more? Anything more before chemical weathering? Yes, anything more? Anything more? Any question? Okay, great. Let's go to chemical weathering quickly. Now, so this one, chemical weathering, you see, we are talking about, these are basically through that's breaking down of rock through chemical activities, okay, chemical reactions, okay. And when we talk of chemical reactions, there are three main ones that we talk about, okay. In fact, there should be four. I can add this one, hydration. Hydration here, okay, good. Okay, so we have oxidation. Okay, oxidation is basically reacting the words, the reaction between the rocks and then the word oxygen, as the name implies here. And then we have the word hydration. The hydration is basically more or less attachment of what? Of water. Okay, here bonds are not broken, they don't break bonds. Okay, but hydrolysis bonds are broken. I will elaborate it, you see it very soon. We'll go to step by step quickly. And then we have the carbonation, okay, that is either addition or removal of what, of maybe carbon, okay. Good. So all these chemical activities, they tend to alter the minerals, the chemical composition, and eventually lead to what? Lead to the breakdown of what? Of rocks, okay? And then you see, if it is chemical process, temperature and moisture, they all influence chemical processes, okay? Temperature and moisture, temperature and water tend to influence chemical processes. So temperature can influence the nature of the what? Of the chemical reaction. The moisture can also influence the nature of the chemical reaction, okay, to bring about what? Weathering, okay. And so based on temperature and moisture, we can say that hot, humid climate, okay, weathering of rocks, okay, like the chemical weathering is much more prominent in hot, humid climate than the other climate, than the temperate region. So when it comes to formation of rocks, okay, or formation of shell, okay, as a result of chemical weathering, it is faster in tropical region than in temperate region. Okay, it's because temperature and moisture, you can see that it rains more in tropical rainforest than in temperate regions. Okay, so soil is likely to form quicker, okay, by chemical weathering done by what? By please let me sip water quickly. Okay. All right. So by done what? Done in temperate regions. Okay, good. So let's see quick reaction here. Now let's see. This is oxidation. Okay. So oxidation is, as I said earlier on. Okay, that's a reaction of the minerals with what? With oxygen. Okay. So here you can see that the mineral composition is altered. Okay, the mineral composition is altered when it is oxidized. Okay, all right, when it is oxidized. Okay, so here when the mineral, so you see that when the rock is oxidized, it doesn't allow for what? It's become less resistant to what? Let's say when it's oxidized. So let's take it this way. Let's take this rock like that. That's the olivine. Now olivine, as it stands here, look at that. It is what? It looks almost greenish yellow. Okay, some yellowish green here like that. Now, but when it is wet, when it undergoes reduction, but before that, let me explain this one. Okay, now there are these two terms. Okay, so let's say reduction. Okay, please, have you done redox reaction in chemistry? Please, have you done redox reaction?
No,
Okay, if not
way
done.
back SHS, long time.
You did it in where?
SHS, long time.
Okay, so then let me take one more slide and then use it to explain here. So we have something called redox reaction. Okay, redox reaction. So the redox reaction, there are two things that actually redox reaction consists of two parts, and all the two parts must work together to bring about redox reaction. What are they? We talk of what? Oxidation. Okay, oxidation and reduction. Okay, oxidation and reduction. And then when you say oxidation, we can define it in three ways. Oxidation can be defined in three ways. What are they? So in oxidation, it can be defined as addition of oxygen. Okay, that's one way we can define it. It can also be defined as removal of hydrogen. And we also can be defined as removal of electrons. Okay. Then when it comes to reduction, okay, when it comes to reduction, it is the word. So it's opposite of whatever we talked about. We can say removal of what? Oxygen. All right. And then we can talk of what? We can talk of addition of hydrogen. And finally, addition of what? Addition of electrons. So these are three ways by which we can define these two components of what? Of redox reaction. Okay, so which means that in redox reaction, let me get one simple redox reaction for you. Okay, quickly. Okay, so that you get a rough idea of what I'm talking about. Okay. Let me just get one quick one, and then I'll use it to explain what I'm talking about quickly. Okay, let's see something very simple one. Okay, let's say, let me take this one. Okay, let's see whether to explain it clearer. Okay, so so let me copy this. Okay, yeah, so I've gotten one image here that I can use it to explain to you. Okay, so that it's clearer. Okay. All right, good. So let's take it this way. Let me read at the top. Okay, so that's okay. Good. So let's see. I have something like this. Okay. All right. Let me put it on a blank page so that you can see. Okay. All right. So these are examples of what? Of redox reaction. Okay. So redox. Redox reaction. So in redox reaction, what are we referring to? So if you take something like aluminum here, okay, you can see that aluminum has elemental form, which is 0. The 0 is called oxidation state. So the oxidation state is 0 here. Oxygen has oxidation state of 0, but look at what is going to happen. Now you can see that this after the formation of aluminum oxide, it means that the aluminum here has been oxidized. Okay, so they've added aluminum to this. So the aluminum whose oxidation state was 0 has become plus 3. And this oxygen whose oxidation state was 0 has become minus. So the same time one is oxidizing, the other one is what? Is being
Reducing.
So here, this oxygen, this aluminum here has been oxidized. Okay, I'm not going into too much detail of it. I just want you to have the rough idea what when we talk of oxidation and reduction, what is it? So here, this aluminum has been oxidized here. At that same time, this oxygen reduced. Okay, so when we form the aluminum oxide, this aluminum has been what? Oxidized. We've added oxygen to aluminum, so aluminum has been oxidized. Okay, good. But likewise, if you come down here, you can see that we have CO2 here. Now this oxidation state of sulfur here is +4, but it has become +6, to mean that it has been oxidized, which means oxygen has been added to it. Okay, now let's come to here whereby there's no, you don't see oxygen. Now if you look at this copper, okay, copper is what? Copper is copper is CuSO4. Now if you come to this side of the equation, the copper was +2, it has become +1. So what it means that copper here has been what? Has reduced. Okay, it has moved from +2 to what? To +1. So it is clear here that our potassium here, okay, or even our iodine was -1, it has become 0, so it has increased. So iodine has what? Has oxidized, but copper here has what? Reduced. Okay, and the last one here, if you look here, our sulfur is -2, it has become 0, so it has moved from minus to 0, so it has increased, so it has been what? So sulfur here has been oxidized. And what's the definition of oxidized? It means that you see that the hydrogen has been what? Removed. And when hydrogen is removed from you, you've been what? Oxidized. Okay, and then this hydrogen has been what? This hydrogen here, okay, so once you remove hydrogen, you undergo oxidation. And when you add hydrogen, you have been what? Reduced. So here it was 0, it has become -1. So the chlorine here has been what? Reduced. So this is basically what goes on in what? Redox reaction. So oxidation is basically addition of what? Oxygen, or removal of hydrogen, or removal of electron. And when we talk of reduction, we are talking about removal of oxygen, or addition of hydrogen, or addition of what? Electron. Okay, please, are we clear with that? Are we clear with that? Okay, in 5 minutes and we will break. Okay, good. So if you look at oxidation and reduction here, what happens is that anytime we add oxygen or remove oxygen, it actually changes the chemical composition of the what? Of the minerals. Okay, so once the chemical composition of the mineral is being altered, okay, what is going to happen is that for instance, when rock particles are what? When they are oxidized, okay, they become what? Less resistant to weathering. So once they oxidize, they are more likely to be what? To be welded, okay, to break down. So if you look here, so iron, okay, so if you look here like that, so when it is red, okay, all right, that is red or rust, it means that that's oxidized form. Okay, so here, so iron, commonly known as, okay, so this iron here becomes red or rust. And you see that rust, when iron rust, it's like you can even use your hand to, even on the metal surface. If the iron rusts on the metal surface, you can even just peel it off. Okay, so this likewise what happens on the rock as well. So when it becomes what? Oxidized, it is more likely to be what? To be welded. Okay, all right, great. So a classic example is what we have here. If you look at this one, okay, so this is the olivine. Okay, look at the nature of olivine. Now, olivine here, when it is wet, so this is the reduced. So anion in olivine. Now look at the anion in olivine, how it looks like. Okay, which is what? It's reduced. And anion in what? Limonite. Now look at the anion in limonite, which is what? Oxidized. Okay, so if you look at the reduced form here, when this is the reduced form, like the one here, and look at the limonite, which is the what? Which is oxidized here. All right. Now you can see that if I give you the two rocks and I ask you which one is more likely to be what? It's more likely to be welded. Is it the olivine or the limonite? Please, which one?
The limonite.
The limonite. Okay, great. Okay, because this one is what? Is the oxidized version. And when it is oxidized, you can see that they become more prone to what? To weathering. They can easily break off, okay, when they are what? When they are oxidized. Okay, good. So oxidation actually contribute to what? To chemical weathering. Okay, great. Then pick one. We have the carbonation. Now, when it comes to carbonation, it's not all that difficult. Okay, when you talk of carbonation, it's basically we have the rock reacting with what? Carbonic acid. Okay, and this carbonic acid is very popular, like this one. Like you see, what we have on our drinks. Okay, those are fizzy drinks that we have. Okay, so that when you open it, we have normally these drinks like they put carbon dioxide in it in order to preserve it. So when you open the drink, the carbon dioxide comes out. Okay, now when the carbon dioxide is there, carbon dioxide can react with water to form this carbonic acid. And carbonic acid is actually a weak acid. Okay, and this carbonic acid can react. One of the characteristics of acid is that one of the highest, if you could remember, one of the old school characteristics of acid is that we say that acid reacts with what? Reacts with carbonate to produce what? To produce water. Okay, water. Okay, let's say water. You get salt, water, and what? And release CO2 gas, carbon dioxide gas. Okay, CO2 gas, like that. Okay, so you can see that. Okay, salt, water, and carbon dioxide gas. So and so let's take you, and we have a lot of rocks. Okay, this is like limestone. Okay, this is like calcium carbonate. Okay, calcium carbonate. And you see, if you have calcium carbonate reacting with what? With carbonic acid. Okay, look at what we are going to. So we get to what? So let's say if I go to my old school textbook version, let's say calcium carbonate. Okay, calcium carbonate. Okay, calcium carbonate. Okay, reacting with CO3. Okay, CO3. Okay, plus one plus carbonic acid. Okay, CH2C O3, okay, like this. And then when we undergo this reaction, what can I get? I can get what? I can get the calcium what? Calcium. I can get calcium. Calcium. I want to form the salt. So what will I get? Okay, the carbonate. Yes, calcium what? I will get calcium. Okay, good. I can get calcium carbonate. Good. I can get calcium carbonate. Okay. I can get plus what? Plus CO2. Okay, and then plus what? Plus water. Okay, water. Okay, great. So this will be the old school components of this thing that we know. Okay, we can even apart from this, we can also either it will be calcium or we can get calcium plus what? Plus bicarbonate ions. So bicarbonate ions is like this. It's like when we have this one. When we have when we introduce hydrogen here. Okay, when we introduce hydrogen into it. Okay, those are calcium bicarbonates like this. Okay, we can get calcium bicarbonates like this. Okay, like that. Okay, great. So all these reactions, so you can see that when the calcium carbon, the carbonic acid react with what? React with the calcium carbonate, which is the marbles, okay, those marble stones and stuff like that. So you look at this reaction. So when this reaction occurs, even if let's say we are getting, let's say, calcium carbonate with bicarbonate ions like that. You can see that the chemical composition has been altered. Okay, so now this calcium and this can peel off from the what? From the rocks. Okay, so good. So when the reaction involves the what? The reaction of the rock minerals reacting with carbonic acid, okay? And then this carbonic acid will form from what? The carbonic acid can form from the water react combining with carbon dioxide, which happens all the time because you see the water will be percolating into the rocks. There will be some carbon dioxide traps in the rock. Eventually, they will form the carbonic acid, and this carbonic acid can react with the minerals of the rock and eventually dissolve the rocks. Okay, they can dissolve the rock and release the calcium, and then what we can also get the word you can get the carbonate, okay, the bicarbonate. All right, okay, we can even get this one. We can get carbon dioxide. Okay, we can get water. So all these reactions, okay, can also cause what weathering of rocks. Okay, good. Then we have yes, please.
Look, please,
Yes.
the carbonic acid, or yeah, is it normally also referred to as the acid rain?
Please come again.
The carbonic acid.
Oh, that's no carbonic acid. The acid rain is normally caused by this one. It's caused by this one. It's not when we talk of acid rain, we are talking about this one. CO2. Let me see. Can I get a space somewhere? Like when we talk of acid rain, no, we are not referring to this one. No, I think this reaction is boundary. So anytime you're talking about acid rain, okay, acid rain. No, I'm coming down here. Acid rain. Okay, we are referring to this one, CO2. Those CO2, CO3, those gases, okay, they cause acid rain. Okay. Yes, these ones where they are released into the atmosphere, see that because they are toxic, usually the industries they tend to release it through their chimneys up. Okay, so when they are released like that, they can also cause weathering. You are right, but that's not carbonation. Okay, they can cause weathering because where the acid rain tends to occur, they can cause the surface of the rocks to peel off. All right, but that is not carbonation. Okay, but yeah, acid rain can also cause weathering. Okay, sometimes statues, you see the statues, they will be the surface of the statue will be wearing out. Okay, so they can cause weathering, but it's not carbonation. Well done, that's good one. Okay, good. Okay. Then we have something like hydration. Now, when it comes to hydration, it's basically when you see hydration is different from hydrolysis. In hydration, no bond is broken. When I say I am hydrated, it's like water is coming to get attached to you. Okay, it doesn't break bond. That's like it's not breaking chemical bond. Let me put it this way. Okay, so let me get the difference clearly. So when it comes to hydration, okay, let's say hydration. In hydration, no bond is broken. Okay, it's broken. Okay, no bond is broken. So let's take it this way that I can get something like, sometimes you can get something like, let's say aluminium to maybe with aluminium to, okay, the classic example is this one, copper sulfate. Let's say copper sulfate, like copper sulfate, CuSO4, okay, dot, maybe this water like this. So something like this. So what is here is hydrated copper sulfate. If I take the water off from it like this, okay, you call this one, okay, let me even put it back. Let me put this one. So this one is what? Hydrated copper sulfate, right? Okay, that's my copper sulfate there. Okay, sulfate. Okay, sulfate. All right. Now, if I do this thing, if I take off the water, okay, like that. If I take the water out like that, you will call this one anhydrous. Okay, so this one is the hydrated version when water is attached to it, in an anhydrous when water is removed. Now, these two, they are not the same. If you look at even their colors, they are not the same. Okay, So when it is hydrated, see that when it's hydrated, sometimes they imbibe water and then they increase in volume. Okay, all right, they absorb water and they increase it. This way it doesn't break bond. Okay, they just get attached to this one. And once you get attached, some of the molecule is not going to be the same. All right, in as much it's not breaking bond, but just that the nature of the expansion, as I just said, if you take this one, the anhydrous one is dry, but the hydrated one, this hydrated one, it's not dry. Like water, it will imbibe in water to absorb water and it will even increase in volume to expand. Okay, and that's one alone can alter the word, the word can alter that expansion, can create some sort of stress that can break the rocks. Okay, good. But when you come to hydrolysis, and the word lysis even means break. Okay, so this one, hydrolysis. Hydrolysis, okay? So hydrolysis here, bond is broken. Okay, so this one involves breaking of what? It involves what? Involves breaking of bond using what? Using water. Okay, great. So here it's like chemical reaction, basically. Okay, here it's like reaction. The hydration is also chemical reaction, but here it doesn't break bond. Bond is not broken. Okay, just get the water just get attached to the molecule. Okay, to make it hydrated. When you remove the water, you call it what? Anhydrous. Okay, great.
Okay. So, look, please, does
Yes,
this
please.
occur naturally?
Yes, please come again.
Does this occur naturally in the
Yes, 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 of course. Naturally, it's okay. It happens. Okay. There's even one example. The example I'm coming to give is something popular you even have at home. Okay, it's something popular. So here, look at gypsum. Okay. Now, if you look here, this one we have the calcium sulfate here. Okay, look at calcium sulfate. Now, if the calcium sulfate is dry, look at how it looks like. The same calcium sulfate is dry. Okay, all right, good. So this is dry version, which we call it what? The anhydrous. Okay, all right, good. The anhydrous, that's the adjective. The noun is what? Anhydrite. Okay, good. Now, this calcium sulfate here is not, if it doesn't contain water, look at how it looks like. Now, but when this same molecule here, when it is hydrated, okay, when it is hydrated, it increases in volume. We can increase in volume, okay, all right. And when you increase volume of something, it's not all that stable. It can easily break. Now, this one, when it becomes hydrated, that's a gypsum. This is what they use for cement. Our cement that we have, the gypsum that we have, is basically a hydrated calcium sulfate. That's a gypsum. Please, do you get it? So if you look here, this is an anhydrous version of calcium sulfate. But look at the hydrated version, the size. It will increase in volume by 30% just by addition of water. And as it expands, definitely it will create that sort of stress. Eventually, it can break. Okay, it can break. Are you with me? So this sort of stress that can cause this thing to break. But remember, in hydration, no bond. It doesn't break chemical bond. It just get attached. They just absorb the water and increase in size, just like the way it is here. So this gives the calcium sulfate has absorbed the water and it has increased in size. Are you with me? Okay, that is that. So this is hydration. Okay, great. Now when you come to the last one here, which is, yes, please.
When the hydrous substance, for instance, in the case of calcium sulfate, absorbs water, does it change color apart from swelling or increasing in size? Does it change color or it maintains its original color?
Yeah, it may, but not really that much. Look at the one here. Look at the one here. It may change color. Okay, it may change color. Okay. I mean, these two here. If you look at what's on my screen, even though you can see they are similar, but this one is a little bit whiter than this one. The gypsum looks a little bit whiter than the anhydrous version. Okay. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Yes. Good. Okay. So most of the time, the anhydrous one looks a little. Sometimes some of the anhydrous one they even look white. They are white, and then when they get water, they become blue, like copper, like this, copper sulfates like this. So sometimes they can also change color. Okay, great. And then the last one I would like to talk about here. Here, this is purely chemical reaction because the chemical bond, like the chemical composition is the chemical is like it's a pure chemical reaction using water. Okay, so the water is actually reacting to break a bond and maybe form a new bond. Okay, so that's the difference between the hydration. The hydration doesn't really alter the chemical composition that much. It doesn't really change it, just get attached to it. Okay, you get attached to it. All right, but in the case of hydrolysis, it's like a chemical bond will be broken, a new one will be formed. Okay, and using water. Water is one of the reactants. Water becomes a reactant that more or less some sort of engage in chemical reaction, breaking a bond and forming new ones. Okay, all right, good. So here, like that, in that case, you can see that water changes the chemical composition because there's a reaction going on, making it less resistance to weathering, so they can easily break off the way. I used to have the clip here, but when I copied the clip is formed, so let me take this one out. Okay, making it less resistance to weathering, so it can easily break. Okay, and then so here I've given the classic example of it here. Look at it. So this is hydrolysis of water. That's the O2 class. Okay, like that. Okay, and this one when it undergoes, this is igneous rock, which is very, very hard. Okay, this is a common mineral found in igneous rock. Very, very hard. You know, igneous rock is quite hard. Okay, but here we are. It will undergo and come and give us the word. That's a kaolinite, okay, and then salicylic acid as well as potassium. So look at that. So this complex structure we have here, which we call that as the O2 class, okay, will react with water and will give us this one. That's the kaolinite, the salicylic acid here, and then the potassium.
The O2 class, is it the IPAC name?
No, that's a common name. That's not IPAC name. That's a common name. Okay,
Thank you.
It's not really chemistry class, so we try as much as to keep things to their normal names. Okay, so something of this nature. Okay, this is a mineral in igneous rock, such a hard rock, will react with water, give us the kaolinite. Okay, this one coming from the silicon. That's a silicic acid. And then the potassium. You can see that that's chemical composition. These are breaking this thing into 3 different chemical constituents altogether just by presence of what? Presence of water and acid. Okay, just by presence of water and acid, this reaction, chemical reaction will take place. So this type of reaction here is not hydration. Okay, so let's say if I provide this reaction after, what type of weathering, what type of chemical weathering is taking place here? Please, you can see that clearly. This is not hydration. Okay, hydration, you will see water, no water here. The water is not, you can see that the pristine nature is still kept, and water is added. Okay, just expansion. Water is added to the molecule. But in this case, you can see a complete chemical reaction breaking to form giving us different chemical constituents. Okay, like that. So it's very, very simple to identify both. Okay, great. All right. So okay, good. I think let me give you a break. You've done very well. Okay, you've done very well. So before you go on a break, okay, as you are going on break, do you know where? Let me put this one here, okay, as you are going on break, okay, so that by the time you come back from break, then we will mark ourselves. So let me pick these 2 questions here. Okay, do you know what? On more serious note, why don't I finish this? What is left here? Because it's very, very small. Okay, for soil science, we'll finish quite early because the notes are not that much. Okay, so that I can give you a quite prolonged break. Okay, but what you say, just this and that. Okay, it's not that much, just 4 slides. Okay, let me kill it so that I'll give ample time for you to do. Or what do you think?
All right, sir. Kill it,
Okay,
kill it.
yeah, let me kill this one. Okay, so that then we'll give ample time so that you can have ample time to do the trial questions that I've put here. Okay, good. So let's see the weathering. Now, when you come to the physical aspect, okay, so that's a mechanical weathering. Okay, so there's the mechanical, the physical stroke, okay, physical stroke, well, mechanical. Physical stroke, mechanical weathering. Okay, good. Okay, good. All right. So when you come to physical stroke, mechanical weathering, these are okay. So here, basically, those are physical activities, physical features, be temperature, okay, rainfall, all those things. So those physical processes, okay, all right, contribute bringing about the weathering. Okay, that's a physical, like temperature, pressure, okay, mechanical process, like something hitting the surface of the rocks and stuff like that. Those are what you are calling the physical or mechanical weathering. Okay, so temperature, changes in temperature, changes in pressure. Let me put them here. Okay, so when you talk of physical weathering, we are talking about the one caused by the word, maybe changes in temperature, okay, changes in pressure, okay, adhesion, okay, adhesion, things hitting, okay, talk of cohesion, maybe adhesion stroke cohesion. Okay, all right, good. So all these ones, okay, so things hitting the other, all right, okay, so here it's not about chemical, it's about changes in temperature, alternate expansion and contraction, pressure changes, adhesion and cohesion, all right, okay. These ones bringing about the breaking of rocks is what we term as what? What we term as that's a physical or mechanical weathering. Okay, good. So basically, we're talking about the weather. So here, either hot weather, okay, like in desert, cold weather, like in mountains, and then on mountains, and then tundra. Tundra is like a permafrost. Okay, now when you go to those cold parts of the earth, and then on top of mountains, they have this sort of this type of climate biome, which we call it tundra. Now the tundra, the soil becomes frozen, so we call something called permafrost. Okay, permafrost. Okay, the soil can be frozen for prolonged period of the year. Okay, which we call it what? Permafrost. Okay, we call it that one permafrost. Okay, good. So the soil can be frozen for prolonged period of the year. Okay, good. And then when it comes to the hot areas like ours, okay, so we have the hot area. So very hot is desert, that's fine. And then we have like hot area alternates, like sometimes they could be cold here. Like I see during the night, it's not all that hot. During the night, the weather can be cold. Okay, during the night, the weather can be cold. Okay, that's during the night. Okay, weather can be very cold during the night. Okay, and during the day, the weather can be what? Very hot. So you see, we are talking about alternate expansion and contraction. And I think let's see the old school phases, if you could remember, the old school phases of thermal expansion. Okay, thermal expansion, the old school phases of thermal expansion. Okay, thermal expansion. Okay, that's alternate contraction and relaxation and expansion, that sort of thing. Okay, can cause rocks to what? Break. Okay, so based on those physical ones, we can have 5 main types of what? Of mechanical weathering. Okay, 5 main types. So we'll run through them quickly. One is what? Exfoliation. Okay, now look at my picture here. You can see this on top of this mountain. Look at the way they break like flat. Look at that. Okay, look at that. This one, which in this one, the surface of the rock can heat up, and then eventually it will break. It will just break off, and you see the way they break off. Look at that. Look at this cracks. Okay, they break off like that. Look at that. Okay, so they break off like, so we call it like skin weathering. Like it will break off large sheets. Okay, so for physical weathering like this, okay, you can see that large sheets of rocks will break off from the surface of the what, that parent body or the parent rock there. Okay, and this one usually where do you get, so you see the uphill, okay, and then yeah, like igneous rock, okay, like, so it's the sun will be so much, it will hit the surface of the rock, then eventually when maybe some cold season comes, no, then that alternate expansion and contraction will cause the surface of the rock flat, large sheet of rock to what, to peel off. Okay, like the way onion. Okay, so we call that one, the term for it is what, onion skin weathering. Okay, so it will just peel off on there, and it happens in what, hot dry areas, okay, or semi dry regions. That is where we see this one, or monsoon lands. Okay, we know where they tend to have this hot conditions, and then later it will rain. Okay, that is where we'll have this type of word, this type of physical weathering. Okay, so exfoliation. Okay, exfoliation. Okay, that's where you're likely to get this type of word, physical weathering. So what's word, arid areas, okay, and then semi-arid areas, that is how the rock tends to be. Okay, they tend to, this large sheet of rock will peel off on the surface of the word, on the surface of this huge parent rock. Okay, that's exfoliation. Now if you come to this one, this is the frost wedging. Now if you look at my picture here, okay, if you look at my picture here, sometimes those cold areas like those Arctics, okay, those Arctic, and then those Arctic regions of the world, those on top of those Russia area, Alaska, Scandinavian countries, and stuff like that. Okay, those Arctic and Antarctic region, you can see the look here, the rocks there like this. You see, during the very cold season, water could accumulate in those small cracks on the surface of the rocks, and then eventually they will expand. And as they expand, what will happen? It will, those as the water tend to freeze, and we know that water expands when it freezes. Okay, so as it freezes, it will eventually crack the rocks. Okay, so this is what we term as what, frost wedging. Okay, so this one, you see that the rocks are breaking as a result of the what, the water percolating into the rocks. And during this extreme cold weather, if you go to Russia, sometimes during the winter, the temperature can go as low as -50 temperature. So such -50 temperature, the water will freeze, and there will be exerting pressure. And as the water freezes, it expands. So it will freeze, and some of this pressure created can what? Can cause the what? Can cause the rocks to what? To crack. Okay, so here you see, if you look at this crack here, you can see this small crack here like that, and this one is going to fall off. So eventually, over a long period of time, this rock, this big rocks will be breaking down small like that. Eventually, then the soil will be forming. Okay, great. So this physical weathering, as a result of what? As a result of the accumulation of water in the small cracks in the rock, freezing and expanding, and eventually mounting pressure, and then cracking the what? The rock is what we term as what? Frost wedging. And then we have another one. This is a salt wedging. Okay, I mean, you can see clearly if you look at this one. If you come to those of us who are living in the coastal areas here, sometimes when you go to the seaside and then you're walking there, you can see that as there's the salt. Okay, so you see during the high tide, the water comes to this, the seawater comes to the rocky areas. Okay, and then sometimes it will stay on the rock, and eventually low tide will set in, and then the sea will retreat. But some of the salt will accumulate on the rocky surface, and then eventually, you know, this salt, when they are there, some of them they dry, form some sort of crystals. They grow over time, And so these crystals like that, they accumulate on the rock like that, we eventually crack the what? The rocks, okay? And this one tends to happen in dry climates, like our climate, our type of climate. This is quite common. Okay, the water will accumulate on the surface of the rock. Eventually, it will evaporate, and when it evaporates, we have the this salt crystals forming there, and then it will occur. What salts come in, forming crystals, and then so it's happening. Okay, between the high tide and low tide, with temperature changing and stuff like that. So eventually, this salt tends to accumulate on the rocky surface over time, okay, and eventually crack it. So when you go to those coastal areas, you tend to see this type of what salt wedging, very common in the coastal areas, okay, very close to the sea. Okay, when you go there, you see this type of what salt wedging in the coastal areas. All right, good. And then last but one, we have the abrasion wedging. Abrasion is basically as a result of what? Impact. Okay, when you say abrasion, as a result of impact, let's take it this way, the water coming to hit the rock. So here, this is not like accumulation of salt or anything. No. The water and wind, activities of the wind and then the water, small particles of rock and ice. Sometimes the ice will fall from top there and then come and hit on the surface of what? Of some rock. Some ice can break off from the top of the mountain and then come and hit, okay, the rocky surface down here and eventually peel off some small particles or pieces of what? Of rocks, okay, as a result of the impact. Okay, so this is abrasion or activities of wind. Wind will be carrying out some small particles and stuff like that, and then strike the surface of what? Of the mountains and this huge rocks, and eventually peeling off small. And as it occurs in long geological period, eventually the soil will be forming. Okay, so this abrasion, okay, like that sort of activities of wind and then the water being carried by small particles of rocks and then carried by wind, water and ice, striking the surface of what? Mountains and peeling off rocks, okay, and stuff like that. Okay, that's what you call abrasion weathering. Okay, that's what you call abrasion weathering. Okay, that's what you call abrasion weathering. Okay, great. And then we have what? We have the last but not the least. Okay, we have the thermal expansion one. Okay, so this thermal expansion is basically as a result of what? Alternate contraction and expansion. You see, remember that our old school textbook, that JSS books, they would tell you why is it that gaps are left in between railways and then concrete bridges and stuff like that. Okay, in order to allow for what? For expansion. Okay, because when there is what? When there is this alternate expansion and contraction, okay, alternate expansion and contraction, when the temperature is high, the matter will expand. And then when it cools, it contracts. So this alternate expansion and contraction. And remember, these rocks are made up of different materials. Some they are minerals, okay? They're made up of different materials. Okay, different materials. And because they are made up of different materials, okay, they do what? They have to, when they come the alternate expansion and contraction, they don't expand and contract. They don't expand and contract at the same rate. Okay, and because they don't expand and contract at the same rate, they do what? They influence the what? They influence so which means some will expand more than others, and as a result of that, it creates some sort of stress, which eventually crack the rocks, okay, leading to weathering. So this picture that I'm showing here is as a result of what? Alternate expansion and what? And contraction of the rock. So during high temperature, this rock surface will expand. And when it cools, it's what? It contracts. And meanwhile, the composition of these rocks, the minerals are not of the same composition. So the metals, the metals that are from these minerals, different will expand and contract at different rates. And so this differential expansion and contraction of those composition of the rocks will eventually crack it. Okay. So when it comes to physical weathering, we have what? As a result of thermal expansion, we have what? So thermal expansion weathering, we have the salt wedging, we have the what? The exfoliation, okay, and then we have the what? Frost wedging, and then we have abrasion weathering. Okay, good. So these are the 5 main physical, the 5 main types of what? Of mechanical or physical weathering. Okay, so as I'll give you people 20-minute break, and as part of the 20-minute break, you are going to solve this question for me. So I'll give you 20 questions actually. Okay, all right, good. So with about 3 meetings, we are likely to finish it. They are not all that much. Okay, good. So you have 10 on my screen. Okay, you can take maybe screenshot with your phone before you go and break. You can take quick screenshots on it and then you do it. But please don't use AI to do it. Please, I'm begging you. The men. As for my ladies, I know they are faithful. I know them. They are
Soil
faithful.
conservation.
Great. So please.
Sir, hello, sir.
Yes, yes, please.
Doc,
Yes, please.
with respect to the physical weathering,
Yes, please.
I was thinking of this. I was looking out for this activity which is done by human, that is in stone mining, in
Yeah.
construction, in building of houses and other stuff. We use
Yeah, those are
stone. So we
artificial.
have the quarries, the stone
Those
quarries.
those are anthropogenic. Do you understand that? So, but our focus is on the natural. Okay.
Natural ones, okay.
Yes, natural.
Okay.
In fact, even for the current, the one you just mentioned, okay, the one you
Yes.
just mentioned, fall under one of these one. Which one do you think will fall under it? The one you just mentioned. If we are to strictly
Physical,
under
it's
physical,
physical, it's
yeah, physical. But which
physical,
of the
yeah.
physical?
But I was expecting.
Which of them specifically?
I-
Which of the physical word and
The
specifically?
abrasion weathering.
Abrasion.
Abrasion one.
Abrasion. Because as a
So
result
I
of
was
impact.
expecting that at least its picture will be captured over there. That's the reason I'm also.
It's not natural process. It's not natural.
All right,
Okay.
sir.
And human beings who've existed on Earth not long ago, scientifically speaking. So we are talking about the
Hey.
natural. So the hitting of the
Hey.
rock. Okay. Please.
Hey, Adam,
Please, let's speak to our science, please. Okay. So with respect to the hitting of the rock and stuff like that, will come under abrasion. Okay. All right, good. So please take the screenshot of this one. Okay, take screenshot of what do we have here. Okay, the first one. Then they are all true or false questions. Please don't use AI to do it. Be mature. Okay. And then so please take the screenshot quickly and then let me give you this one. Okay, good. Like that here. Okay, the questions are not difficult, they are a little bit tricky. Okay, so okay, you do this one and after that one side. So please take the screenshot quickly. Take the screenshots of it. So while you get to your break and then you'll be answering them. Then when we come back, then we'll do it together. Okay. All right. Good. Okay, so let me go back to the first in case people couldn't take the screenshots. Okay, this is the 1 to 10. Okay, true or false questions. And then this one, okay, let me increase the font size a little bit for you. So let me make it 21. Is that okay? Great. Okay, so 21 here. All right, good. Okay. All right, great. Please take the screenshots of it on your phone so that while in your break time, you can do it. I will give you the slides and stuff like that to you for your revision. Okay, so all right, great.
Please
Okay,
take it back to the first slide. No, no, no.
it's one.
The 1 to 10 slide.
Yes, that's 1 to 10. Yeah. Okay, then 1 to 20 again. So that, okay, great. So my screen will still be on. Okay, if you want me to switch to different distance, I can do that for you. Okay, so it is still, the screen will still be on while you are still on break.
Doc,
And
please,
then
I
just,
gave you 1 to 10.
you want 1 to 10?
Yes,
Okay,
please.
1 to 10, that is that. Okay,
Let me
please, you can
see.
take screenshot with your phone and then you calmly you do it. You did, okay.
Thank you.
Then when you come back, then we'll do it together. Okay. All right, great. Please don't use AI to do it. Okay. I know my ladies will be very faithful, but the gentleman is the one they are the one I'm scared of. Okay. But I know the wives are around and such like that. The wife will help them. Okay. All right, good. Okay, great. So take a screenshot of it. So let's give ourselves 20-minute break. Okay. All right, good. And then we'll come back. What is left is not that much. The source science, I think we'll finish pretty soon. Will not spend so much time, and then we'll be able to finish almost everything that we need to do.
Grassroots, grassroots, grassroots artificial language and boreal forest. Force, parent materials influence, exploitation and acquisition. Soil, soils always differ completely from soils always differ. Soils always differ completely from their parent material.
Please, can I get 11 to 20?
Hello. Please, have you not resumed? Looks like I'm not hearing any sound.
Please, we've not resumed. Okay, I think
Okay.
it left. Yeah, so but the question is still on board. Okay, so in
Okay,
case
thank
you,
you.
so yes, you guys are still working on that one. Okay,
Okay, thank you very much.
you're most welcome. This is the 100 because we are dead. We are dead. All right, my wonderful people, let's see whether we can solve the questions, okay, together. Okay, you said all my ladies here, all my ladies, you are here. Okay, good. Okay, great. So let's start with question number 1. Okay, all right. Okay, good. Is everybody here? Okay. Yeah, the guys are typing the answers. The Angeles are typing. The Ahatos are typing the answers. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Let's see. Okay, that's good. That's good. That's good. Up to 21. That is good. So I'm happy. I'm happy. People are typing the answer. It's okay. I'm happy. Okay. All right. Now let's see something here. Okay. Now let's see something here. Okay. Let's say, where are my ladies? Okay. Charity is here. Okay. Please, I'll do random sampling this time too. Please, man, if I do random sampling of your answers, don't cry. But me, I trust my ladies. My ladies, I trust. Hey, Nico, why are you laughing? Nicholas, why? Why are you laughing? Hey, so you don't believe in random sampling? Are you not the one who is doing data collection analysis?
The random sampling always it favors the females. So
Hey,
that's
but
never
I'm
favored the
still
men.
giving you top down. Are you just giving me top down? Are you I've not done the sampling yet? Hey, God, what is going on? Hey, man, it's ambush. It's ambush. What is going on?
This time around, it will be in your favor.
I've not seen it.
Are you sure?
Some of us call Amaya. Already, we the men, the only God.
We are in it. We are in
Always
it
favors
together.
the females. So it favors
We are
the
in it
females. Even
together.
from the page, you can see that most of the answers are from the men, but the females will automatically win.
Huh?
Nico,
You know.
are you? I don't understand. I've not said anything. I will say I will do random sampling. And just there, no, people are laughing. Are you just giving me?
Random sampling always favor the ladies.
I've not even done the sampling.
So the random sampling is normally done on a bias basis. You select the good ones. You select the good ones for the girls, and then the boys there. You select the bad ones.
Okay, today I will do proper random sampling, proper one. Okay, very objective one. Okay.
Dog, today this one they use a quadrant to throw.
Yes.
Wherever it lands, then you pick.
Exactly. That's what I'm going to do. I will use
Sir, I also suggest that today we are not many. We can pick everyone's and mark it.
You want? No, I don't want you to do anything that will disgrace our men. I don't want that. Some men. No, some lectures, please. Some people are in this lecture with their children. I don't want them to be disgraced. Please, I beg you, please. I don't want that. Please. Okay, please. All right. Okay. So last one. This last one here, I'll give you 2 minutes for this one. Okay, quick. This is the last one on the board here. This last one. 2 minutes. This one. No, this was free from anything. Free from whatever is on the board. Please. It's on the board. Please. I'm giving you 2 minutes. After 2 minutes, we will start the marking. 2 minutes. Okay, continue to 30. 2 minutes. Do it to your sheet quickly. Hey, the man, please mute your mic. The man, are you solving it or you are? The man, the man, are you solving it or you are what? You are making nice at the back there. Hey, yes. This one, no influence from anywhere. 22 to 30. This one. After we finish marking, we've closed for the day. After marking, we've closed for the day. We don't want any. Hey, Ima, what's Atasa? Yeah, man, Atasa. My ladies will do you Atasa. Hella. Jima, fasten your belt. Let me go to my ladies and look at my ladies again. Okay. Yeah. Angelina is there. Charity. Yes. Charity has started giving answers. Lizzie. Good. Emil. All of them. Hawa. Georgina. Today. The men will cry. Lydia. Is it Nash? Nash, but I think it's a lady. Nash is a lady also. I think so. Yes. Paulina. Rita. Ruth. Yeah. Sarah. Oh my God. Today. Today be today. Yes. Okay. 1 minute more to stop work. 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 One minute more to stop work. 1 minute more to stop work. 1 minute more to stop work. 1 minute more to stop work. One minute more. Okay, stop work. All right. Now that this one, the questions are plenty. So I did something here for you. So let me go back to my slides. Okay, so the answers. Okay, so question number what? Let's start from the bottom. Okay, let's start from the bottom here. Okay, great. Thermal expansion causes cracking due to differential mineral expansion rate. True or false?
True.
That statement, that's true statement. Well done. Good.
True.
Good. I know my ladies will get it. I know. Abrasion is a chemical weathering process. True or false?
It's false.
False.
Good.
False.
Salt wedging is common along the coast.
It's true.
True.
Frost wedging involves freezing water expanding in rock cracks.
Yeah.
It's true.
That's
True.
good. Number 20. Exfoliation is most common in humid tropical forests. True or false?
False.
Yes, false.
It's false. It's false.
It should be which tropical forest?
False.
Why is it false?
Because exfoliation occurs in very arid areas.
Arid areas.
Okay, good. Hey, the man, hey.
The man, we are good, bro. We are good, Papa. We are good. And our wives are here. But today,
when your wife whisper the answers into your ears, you think I didn't hear. That's what you think.
No, today you have started the girls early too much.
They don't. Your wife don't want to be disgraced in front of your kids. So they whisper the answer into your ears. And you say it disgraces you, and you are happy. All right.
God bless girls. God bless girls.
Mechanical wedding.
Every successful man, there must be a woman.
Mechanical weathering is predominant in very hot or very cold areas. True or false?
True.
It's true.
True, sir.
True, sir.
Well done.
Dog is
Well
true.
done. Number 24. Hydrolysis of feldspar produces clay minerals and quartzites.
Is that true?
Pass.
True, sir.
Okay.
True.
It's It's a true statement.
It's a true statement.
It was directly from the node. Hydration reduces the volume of the minerals.
False. It's false.
That's
False.
a good. Carbonation involves reaction with carbonic acid.
True.
Yes.
True.
True.
True. True. True.
That's true statement. Okay. All right. Well done. Well done. Well done. Well done. Okay. So this side from 22 to 30, who nailed everything? I think this
The boys.
The boys. The men.
All right.
So I had 23 but apart from
Yeah,
that,
23. Oh, one faithful man.
I had 22 to 30. Correct.
Sir, from 22 to 30, correct. One man has decided to disgrace the men.
Oh, one man is down. One man is down. One man is down. You know I would say that.
This one, I know he's lying. He got it all, but he has tried to disgrace us. That's okay.
No. Masa, you know I'm coming to say one man down. That is why you are deliberately saying what I say.
I have 24 or 30.
No, too bold. Let's go to the next one. Let's go to the next one. Number 21. Oxidation changes iron minerals to rust-colored form. True or false?
True.
It's true.
It's true statement. Number 20. Lichens contribute to biological weathering through organic acid production. True or false?
True.
It's
True.
The roots produce organic acid. That's true statement. True statement. Number 19. Plant roots can exert physical pressure on rocks during biological weathering.
True, sir. True.
That is a true statement. That's a true statement. Good. Biological weathering is purely a chemical process.
it's false.
False.
That is false. Good. Chemical weathering forms new compounds. True or
That is
false?
true.
True.
Number what? Which number are we?
17.
Number 17. Chemical weathering form new compounds. That is true statement.
True.
Mechanical weathering changes mineral composition of rocks. True or false?
False.
It's
It's false.
It's false.
It's
One
false,
man
sir.
said true.
Sir, man, we are telling false. Sir, we stand for false.
Please,
sir, we stand for false. We stand for false.
Sorry.
The
Please, sir, we
men
stand
said
for
true. The women are saying false.
Please, sir, we stand for sir. Today, the girls are too much.
Let me boldly this so that you see.
Mechanical composition, not the
Let me boldly it and highlight it.
Man, we don't have love. Please, sir, the brotherhood, we hold a meeting against you.
I hear you. Erosion is part of weathering. True or false?
Please, sir, false. Please, sir, false.
Erosion is part of
False.
weathering.
Please, sir, false. Please, sir, false.
It's
false. It's a false statement. Weathering is different. Erosion is also another process. False
statement. Oh, I think one lady, but I think she came back to say false. I will still accept the answer. Number 14. Weathering is the breakdown and chemical alteration of rocks near its surface.
False.
True. Weathering is the breakdown and chemical.
That is true.
Number 14. It's a true statement.
Please, it's a true statement.
In this statement, it has combined the chemical word as well as the mechanical. So breaking of rock is physical process, whether by root of plant or by physical activity. So it's true. Oh, this one, longer formation time leads to more developed. Oh, this one I couldn't remove.
It's true.
It's true. Question number 12. Question number 12.
12.
Topography determines how material is relocated by water, wind, and gravity. Question 12. True or false?
True. Sir, true.
Statement.
Sir, true statement. The
Yes.
answer is already there.
Yes.
Sir, the answer is already there.
This one.
No, it wasn't there. It
No,
wasn't there.
it is
It just
true.
happened.
Number
No, the
12.
answer was there.
No,
It wasn't
I
there.
said no rather.
We are number 12. Oh, okay.
We are number 12.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
Sorry.
so number 12 is true. Okay. Number
Yeah.
11. Burying animals reduce rock exposure to weathering. True or false?
False.
It's false.
False. Okay, so here, I guess all the ladies had this one. I think it's only one lady, but who missed one question. But I think they had in the 10 questions. I think the ladies did very well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So I think but one man was down here, so that's well, one man down, one man down. Okay, now the last question. Hurry up, we are hurrying up for the soil conservation is unnecessary because it forms quickly. True or false statement?
False.
There is false statement.
It's a false statement.
One lady down.
Oh, but the lady said false. I heard false.
He said true.
I didn't hear. No, I'm not joking. I didn't hear. I'm not kidding.
Okay.
Oh, really?
Oh, what I heard was
the lady you didn't hear it.
Oh no, it's not. This is my ears. Don't worry, man. I'll go for ear washing at CCC Hospital on. Yeah, I'll go for ear washing. Okay. Number 2, organisms in soil convert minerals into forms unavailable to plants. True or false?
The false statement. False.
False statement.
False.
Please, I have a question on this.
Go ahead.
Please, sir, we know that we have some soil organisms like the tobacco, like
Good.
And then we know that during nitrogen cycle, these organisms convert some So I was confused that you are saying for yes.
Okay.
Yes, and ammonia to ammonium.
Good. You've done well, but how many are those? That's the question.
Okay. So we agree to this question.
Oh, you've made a very beautiful point. To find bacteria, okay, and those ones, they are exception rather than the norm. Have you seen it? So this one's quite generic. Organisms in the soil, okay, make minerals convert minerals into form available to plants. Vast majority break down the dead organisms and make their nutrients available. Okay, so it's a false statement. But that's a very nice one. That's how I for you. Well done. Well done. When your wife responds to you, I'm proud. I'm happy to hear that. It's great. Number 3. Climate affects the rate. Another one. Climate affects the rate of soil watering. True or false?
True.
Who said false? One man down again.
One down. Who is this man at all?
One man down
again. Hey,
this one is clear. One man down.
One man down. This one is clear. Even the men can acknowledge One man down.
Two men spoke at the same time. One said true, the other said false. So how come they are taking the one who made them?
No, one man down. Sorry about that. Sorry, I'm sorry.
One man down.
Please, one man down. So develop faster in Arctic and desert.
The ladies here, they will not go. When we get it wrong, then they will come in.
So develop faster in Arctic and desert areas than in hot and wet climate. True or false?
False.
False. Yes. Yes. Okay.
You see,
All
the
right.
ladies will wait
The
for us
next
to
one.
speak first, then they will
Oh,
They will wait for the men to get back.
Yes, yes, I heard. Ladies are waiting for the men to
and
read.
then they think we have only two options.
You are backing
We
up.
have
Masa,
only we have only two options.
Masa,
It's true or false. Eh?
Masa, it's not true. You, what you are saying, when I take you to court, you can't defend it. Who said it? You don't have
So,
proof.
so,
You don't have proof.
so which man said false? In fact, submit his details.
Sir,
Let's
you have been recording it
remove
too.
him from the
You have
brotherhood.
evidence. You have been recording it.
Then you go explain tire. Then you go
In
explain
fact, that
tire.
man is removed from the brotherhood association.
Number
The
5.
men go explain tire. You
Vegetation
explain
type
tire. No
influences
evidence.
the amount and type of organic materials added to the cell. True or false?
True.
That's
It's true.
good. Grassroots are typical organic additions in boreal forest ecosystem. True or false?
False.
False.
They said
False.
False. Well done. Well done.
False.
See, the lady said first before you saying it.
Oh,
That one,
but please,
you didn't say
you
anything.
just assume.
Next one. Parent material influences soil texture and mineral composition.
It's
True
true.
or false?
true.
True.
Statement. Well done. Number 8. Soils always differ completely from their parent material.
False.
False.
Hey, one man said true.
Hey, no.
No. No man say true. Yes, sir. No.
I had it. I don't want
No,
it's so true.
no man said true. No
I
man.
had it.
The lady
You
that
You
you are
heard
not
it.
defending us against
fighting for us.
I wonder.
I had it. Parent material has no indirect effect on natural vegetation. True or false?
No, it's false.
It's a false statement. It's a false statement. Soil organisms control decomposition rate and nutrient cycling. True or false?
True.
It's a true statement. All right, good. So who nailed the higher score, please?
So I had it all.
I have to all
Oh
correct.
wow, that's nice. Oh, good.
I had
Now, let me
27.
Oh,
I
beautiful.
had all correct.
Oh, nice.
Had
Oh,
all correct.
Rich, are you sure?
yeah,
Yes, check my
wow.
answers. I had
Why are you
everything.
asking me that? Are you sure?
This is beautiful.
Check my
Oh,
answers.
that.
Everything there is correct.
Oh, nice. I trust you. I
So
trust
please, sir.
I trust you.
Please, sir.
Yes.
Please, sir. I suggest that you save this file and
This
send
one
it to
and
us so
send
that
this
we will
one
have.
to you, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, so I'm going to send this one to you right now. Okay. So I'll
Okay.
send
Please,
it
so
to
make
you.
it available to the conference.
Yes, please. So I'm going to do that right now.
Thank you, Doc. Thank you, Doc.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
I think you guys have done very well. For
All
this
right.
one. Hello. You guys have done very well. I'm so proud of you. The only assignment I'll give you to you so that you read is that please read about. Hey, please mute your mic.
I have muted it.
Hey, man, take your time with my ladies. Take your time. She's in the spirit. Right now, you
Amen.
don't know whether after 25th, all of us are going to be alive.
Hello.
Have you bought your ticket from Ebo Noah? You don't know. So let's
Yeah.
let's listen for us. Hey, the third people, please try and get 2 tickets for me, please. I beg you.
All right, Doc.
All right. So,
We will do just that.
oh, thank you so much. So please, I will save this
Hello,
one
sir.
as our colleague said, and then I will send it to you. Okay. Please, when you are doing it, when you are learning, and try and maybe remove the answers and then and try and see whether you're able to get them. Okay. I think you've done very, very well. So your reading assignment for me is to go and read about soil profile. So you read about everything. So let me write it here. Okay. So let me write where I wrote the answers here like that. Okay. So so you read about soil profile. Okay. So uh, soil profile. Okay, soil profile, and then so soil profile, soil erosion. Okay, so the soil erosion, you talk about the types, okay, and then uh, control, okay, great. So this my writings are too big. Let me reduce the size a little bit. Okay, so you read about soil profile, you talk about the types, okay, its effect, negative impacts, its what, its effect. That's the negative, its effect. So effects of soil erosion. So you talk about the types, effects, and then that. And then you read about soil profile. Okay, so please make a nice note. Okay, so our next meeting, you see that I'll bring questions on soil profile as well. Okay, and then soil erosion. So you make the diagrams. Okay, the diagrams of soil profile, the diagram, the vertical cross-sectional map of the soil profile, the importance of soil profile, okay, and then you do the importance of what significance, importance of soil profile, basically, okay. So this is your reading assignment. So please make a nice note on that, okay. All right, great. And then, but this one, what we'll do is that it's rather unfortunate that the other groups, I think, if not the cell biology people, will finish soil early. But the soil biology, the cytology and genetics is quite voluminous. So we'll try and finish the soil early, and then we'll shift some of the time to the soil biology, because I know at SS you will teach more cell stuff, okay, than soil. Okay, so please we'll try. So maybe you tell your colleagues there so that maybe one of these days we need to, but 4 meetings, I doubt to be able to finish the entire cell biology, especially the genetic aspect. So then we can make some ample time for that. Okay. But I think you've done very well. I'm so proud of you. Okay. Your cooperation is excellent. And then you are doing very well. Especially my ladies. Okay. Very smart, talented ladies in this class. Okay. So ladies, I give you all the shout outs, and I'm so proud of you. So hopefully next week I'm gonna see you. Okay. Please, if there's something you don't understand, please feel free to give me a shout. Okay. And right after this meeting, please, I will send a slide to your colleagues, your course rep, and they will make it available to you. Thank you and have a blessed week and a good rest.
Thank you, sir. We really enjoyed
Thank
your
you.
lecture.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. God will bless you.
Bless you too.
You,
Bless
sir.
you too. Bless you too. Thank you.
For me,